What's going on, space cowboys, cowgirls, and cow envies? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, November 9th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my forest creatures out there, all my weasels rocking out, and my jellyfish. To the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, wherever, why ever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it right here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat, I scared myself with I tried to mix into the next song and it was on the active player, so to speak. I thought it was in queue, but it was Eric Adams on Z-Way is very funny. He's such a perf. He really is. He really is. And I mean, he's not hard to read, but she is good at reading. That's what she's known for. Her reading ability, chat. Her media literacy. And by media literacy, I mean reading so-called public figures. Anyway, what are we doing today? We're not doing... Oh, wait, we do have Dark Brandon and Zan. That's still going. I don't know if y'all are still interested or not, but yeah, Zan has clapped back. Apparently, I don't know, maybe all he wanted was a Dark Brandon video about him, but it kind of got messed up a little bit. The original title of the video was Salty Leftist Calls Us Out, and it had a picture of Xander Hall on it, and somewhere along the line, I guess they thought better, or maybe that, you know, maybe that title and thumbnail didn't work for Dark Brandon, but yeah, they've changed it to how we make videos, right? So I don't know, maybe Dark Brandon's not trying to do drama, or maybe Xander Hall's exposed them. But anyway, that is on the bonus content if we end up choosing it, as is Eric Adams, Mayor Adams, not mayor for too much longer. He may or may not be replaced in the near future by the... Can we call him the Zote? Is that weird? I was gonna say the goat, Zoran Mamdani, but it just came out the Zote, and I don't know. It kind of, you know, fits. Plus, there's so many people getting called the goat these days that it just feels like it's not special. Anybody else feel that? Like the goat, there's only one. Right, of course, Lord Satan is not that goat, chat. No, what are we doing now? I guess we're just chatting. Shooting the... What is different ways of saying this? The Zote? Just say chatting. There we go. Or wait, I think you say talking with chat. That's how we say it. There we go. Does it fit? Okay, and then I sleep. Yeah, I'm just gonna come out here, talk, shoot the shit with you, and then go to bed and not like cover any Ethan Klein at all, because as you can imagine, god damn. So we also have some unfinished business from last time. Last time we unlocked not just one, but 2 pieces of bonus content. And I need to, actually technically 3. Technically we got 3. Okay, I guess I'll change this to Taylor haunts Ethan. That's what she does. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Zoro would be simple. Well, I mean, yeah, that works for One Piece fans. Or does it not work for One Piece fans? Maybe One Piece fans want to keep that special for their special character. Although Zoro is the racist one, right? Canonically, not canonically. I gotta remember there's a lot of people in this chat that don't know much of anything about One Piece. So me making an inside joke like that, people might really think that One Piece is about racism, and it's just there's one really racist guy, you know. Sorry. I really probably shouldn't even explain this. I shouldn't explain this, should I? I have to get into so much to explain to you the meme of Zoro from One Piece being racist. And it's like, you know, you have to be there. You had to be there. Is he the token racist? No, he's more like a racist by circumstance. It's just like that how they present him. Let me just explain it to you, Nintenderoni. Like I was Clarissa. What is that from? That sounds like a thing. That sounds like a reference. Anyway, so Zoro is put in many situations in the plot, in the story, that lend themselves to an interpretation that he's always, I don't know, beefing with like black people. Is that it? The Zoro racist meme. Exactly. No, I mean the whole thing about it is it's not actually about racism. It's just like the plot. The plot is weird. That's all it is. The plot is weird. It caused a meme to happen within the One Piece community. And if you're not part of it, I'm going to be sending the wrong signals, and you're going to be thinking, oh, I would watch One Piece, except for nocommentchick said there's that racist guy in it, and I don't like racism. I'm not a fan. I would rather not. Can we not have the anime with the racist guy? You know, she already spoiled Attack on the Titan. Attack on the Titan. Oh my God, chat. We got to get like boomers saying anime titles but messing them up. Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Like the certain way of somebody like remembering something that's like it's not from their generation, and they kind of vaguely know of it. Like, oh yeah, the something and something thing, and they sort of just get it a little bit wrong in a funny way. Not a meme, not a mean sort of, you know. Attack 2 Titan Tokyo Drift, yeah. Attack on the Killer Titanos. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like saying Attack on the Titan, that does sound like a boomer. That does make me sound like I got no idea what I'm talking about, you know? Yeah, these kids these days with their Attack on the Titan and their Chainsaw Men, you know, you all know Chainsaw Men, yeah? What's that one where the guy eats the finger? Yeah, that one's real weird. Or Two Piece, has anybody heard? Okay, yeah, Two Piece would be the, I don't know. I'm taking it too far, chat. I'm taking it too far. You should never take it too far. Or am I not taking it far enough? Wait, no, I gotta take it to the point where we make the butterfly goal happen before any butterflies can fly in. There we go. Set that up for 2 hours. And then take the thing into pop-out mode. I can't think of any other ones. Them dang old Oh yeah, the Pokemon, the Pokemon. Wait, they did that one though. Didn't like the Simpsons have Bill Cosby talking about Pokemon? He was like, Pokemon, you got the Pokey and you got the man, and the little dude comes out and he's all like, la, 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 la. I believe something like that. Am I quoting the Simpsons, chat? I don't feel like I know the Simpsons well enough to. They're in everything though. So I feel like I know Simpsons memes. It's like SpongeBob, right? I'm more familiar with SpongeBob memes than I ever was with SpongeBob. I was not, you know. And there's all these shows like that that I should have watched, and I didn't, and I've got no excuse for it. But I sort of know like Pepe Sylvia. But honestly, chat, when I first saw the Pepe Sylvia meme, I thought Charlie's name was Pepe Sylvia. I thought that was his name, right? I didn't realize that it's that he's in this fever dream, like conspiracy theory kind of detective mode, and that he's somehow sees Pennsylvania and reinterprets it as Pepe Sylvia being the answer to everything. I didn't get that. I didn't understand Dragon Balls. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah, put this into browser. And then I can finally make this pop up. Yes, I can. Look at that. I'm pretty good at this. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That is 5 new members. We need to do something with memberships. I feel like memberships need to pack more punch. I need to get fucking organized is what I need. Anyway, chat, I just realized last time that I did this that I talked about the need to get organized for a long time without realizing that sort of discussion, not actually very interesting content. Like, right, so you maybe also need to get shit organized, right? You've got your own. If you you could film yourself and be like, you know, I really need to get organized and get the same effect. So yeah, I'm trying to give you unique content that you wouldn't get otherwise, either stuff that you wouldn't come across otherwise, or seeing it through, you know, my perspective that you wouldn't otherwise get, like basically anywhere. Hot Ham Radio, you just got weaseled. Keep it real, you just got weaseled. Rhapsody Septagonopus, you just got weaseled. Starman X, you just got weaseled. And Morbius Dragon, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. My mom would say Inuyasha. That's cute. That's adorable. I wish I could get my parents like interested in anime, but then maybe no, right? Because then they get into like, right, I'd get them into it, and then they'd find something that they didn't understand, and it was messed up or something. Like you know what I mean? They'd start to like, you don't just like, with my parents, you don't just like introduce them to something, right? They will explore around whatever you introduce into their life, whatever kind of cultural artifact that you share with them. You know, half of the time they've got no interest in it, but the other half of the time, whoa, chat, are we having frame issues? It feels like frame issues. Wait, then they blue screen? Oh, the parents? Barney, give him a cigarette. Wait, is that from Simpsons? Sponge Pants Bob Squared. That's pretty good, yeah. Sponge Pants Square. Wait. Sponge Man Square Bob or something, yeah. Yeah, the Sponge Man. Oh, wait, Barney? Who's the hell is Barney? Oh, wait, it's from It's Always Sunny. It's from It's Always Sunny. See, I don't know the rap. Legitimately, I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you about being like the only person who has not. Whoa! Gotten hit by a copyright strike before. What am I trying to do? Ooh, a Lana Del Rey remix. That sounds like some danger. No, I've gotten a decent sense of like what I can listen to on stream and what I cannot listen to on stream. And definitely Persona 4, they'll claim it. Soul Hackers 1, on the other hand, maybe not so much. Hopefully not so much until they get a new like copyright person that decides to literally claim everything in the Square catalog. I don't actually know how that works. Like, right, technically, like it's like that if you have a copyrighted song on a video, then the company with the copyright, like I think they get all your ad money. I don't know. You know, it would make more sense if they like get the ad money right at the part where it's playing, but I don't know if YouTube does it like that or if they just are like, hey, you use their music. They get your ad money, but you know, there's that. And then the real uncertainty is like, if it happens after years and years and years, and I've already gotten paid on that ad money, do they get to like take a piece of me? Do they get to like retroactively, you know what I'm saying? Do they get to retroactively come back and be like, does my YouTube, does it come out of my future YouTube paycheck, right? Is that a thing? Because if so, they're going to be fighting with the student loan people and a lot, they're going to have some problems. That's what I'm saying. Parents are weird. So yeah, parents are really weird. And especially when you share something with them that's not from their generation, they get, that's the weirdest. But that's the great thing about having parents. That's not what happened with Pepe Sylvia. That's not what happened. I understand the Pepe Sylvia incorrectly, Will. That's not what happened with, I thought he was trying to do I gotta admit, I haven't seen the episode. I've just seen the meme. My voice will be in Neo one day soon. Wait, what? My mom is a boomer, my dad is silent gen, but I'm a 90s kid. Yeah, and when you share things with them that like, this is true for like, you know, the new robots that wear a sweater. Oh, that's a Neo. You will be in a Neo? My voice will be in a Neo? Yeah, see, I feel like they would like that. I feel like Peter Thiel would like that. Yeah, Pepe Sylvia was a member of The Office. He was in the mailroom. And he convinced himself that none of the Office members were real. Wait, Pepe, wait, is this from The Office or from the, am I mixing it up? I thought it was Charlie from It's Always Sunny that had the Pepe Sylvia moment, right? Is that The Office? That's the other show that I haven't watched, right? That everybody watches. Yeah, when everybody else was watching when everybody else was watching The Office and It's Always Sunny, I was dating someone who was like rewatching Scrubs and House and Grey's Anatomy. It was like all medical shows. My life was medical shows at that time. And old ones for the most part, yeah. It is Charlie. He briefly gets an office job so he can have health insurance. And it causes him to crash out and hallucinate Pepe Sylvia, just like Ethan Klein is crashing out and hallucinating Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz being behind anything and everything. Who sent the skulls? Taylor Lorenz. Who put Cruel World Happy Mind up to the hit piece on Ethan and his family? Oh, obviously Taylor Lorenz, right? At what point are we gonna be at where we're like accusing Taylor Lorenz of modifying Hassan's vibration collar to shock Kaya? Like, are we gonna recycle that allegation everywhere? Like, maybe Dan Clancy's not actually such a bad CEO of Twitch. He's just like Taylor Lorenz has blackmail on him and she's forcing him to make these choices. He wants to fire Hassan and he can't because Taylor Lorenz will leak his nudes or something. I don't know. I got the call. Oh, for Taylor Lorenz, yeah. Taylor Lorenz has a staggering amount of hate. She does tend to be like a hate magnet, doesn't she? Like, and wait, Tucker was part of this latest thing. Oh my god, what, how did that get recycled? Where they, like, yeah, Candace and Tucker were talking about her. And, oh my god, I'm trying to remember who put that together. Judge her by her haters. Hey, that's how I want to be judged too. And I mean, considering the people I've pissed off, I'd say job well done so far. She's an outspoken female journalist. 3 things that they hate. No, I'm just trying to remember who was it that was portraying Taylor Lorenz as a like a friend of no, it couldn't have been Anna Kasparian, could it? Oh my god, chat. This is what happens when you consume too much Ethan drama, is that you start to get it mixed up and you start to become confused, and you're like, maybe Taylor Lorenz is behind everything. Maybe Taylor Lorenz is making Ethan crash. Maybe Olivia was actually Taylor Lorenz. She does like a I don't think my brain generated it, right? I remember somebody grabbing a clip of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens talking about Taylor Lorenz and them joking, I guess, that maybe they liked what she was doing because they thought it was bad for the left, right? But, you know, they repackaged it and made it look like, oh yeah, her friends Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson here. Nobody ever sends me skulls. BTC said Taylor Lorenz was friends. Oh, that was, thank you. Thank you, subject, no object. Subject, no object. Sometimes there's just too much drama to wade through. And I got like stuck in a patch and I'm like trying to remember, like, what was that thing where, did I hallucinate that? Am I imagining it? Is my brain generating it, as Directive just said? I just shut down and restart. I don't know. I hope that this doesn't brick my brain, chat, because I don't think that like covering Ethan content is good for me. I don't think it's good for you. It was between this and the right-wing civil war, which is an option for you in the bonus material today. We have a right-wing civil war going on. Does everybody know about the lay of the land? It's it kind of breaks down to like Tucker versus Shapiro, if you want to oversimplify it, which I do. For anybody who hasn't waded into these waters before, you got to kind of go in the shallow end, and before you get into the, you know, snorkeling and the not flip-flops. They're what are you, fins? What do you call them, chat? What are the fins that you wear on your feet called? It's for snorkeling. You know, there's a meme of like, I'm gonna tell my kids that this was blah blah. It's just called flippers. Is that really it? Wow, that seems so flip, but I'll take it. Fins. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, they're fins to me. Yeah, but you know, like, I'm gonna tell my parents this is, and I show them the fins. This is fintech, right? You know, my parents ask, what does fintech mean? That means the technology for your flippers. Yeah, fintech. No, but like, you know how like people are always like, I'm gonna tell my kids that this was, you know, whatever. Like like, I feel like there should be one that goes the opposite way, where you're gonna tell your parents that this was. Anyway, water wings is where it's at. I mean, yeah, it's a good combination, right? To have the water wings and then the fins and the, you gotta have, if you're gonna go into the swimming pool in the summer, you got to go all out. You got to have a raft. What all do you got to have, chat? A goggles or a mask, a raft, flippers. Yeah, why don't they make hand flippers? Can we not go full? What's the guy's name from Rick and Morty that's like the king of the sea? Mr. something or other? Oh my god, who's the guy that owns like, and he controls cops? Like, right? Police do whatever he wants. He's kind of like Poseidon, but what's his name is like Mr. I never use my phone for this, so I'm hella slow. Yeah, it is a skill to be able to type in. It's not Mr. Meeseeks, though. Tabula pasta with 5-stream streak going on. Shaky Gurga and wine time indeed. It's a little early for me for wine. I don't have any, so I'm drinking some tea. This is just like, I think it's green tea. It's called Three Horses. It's like a Thai brand. And I put a little pouch of Centella Asiatica, aka ginkgo. A little ginkgo in there because it actually kind of tastes good. I float vertically about a foot underwater. Wait, no, it's not Aquaman, but he's kind of like Aquaman, but he's like Mr. Something or other. That's why it's weird, is that his name is Rick and Morty. Not Mr. Meeseeks, Mr. Nimbus. I think it's Mr. Nimbus. Even though Nimbus means, I thought Nimbus was like a cloud. Yeah, it's Mr. Nimbus. It's definitely Mr. Nimbus. He's a sexy, sexy fish man. And he lives under the sea. Got carried out by Riptide, and the lifeguard made it so easy for me to, made it look so easy to grab me and drag me back with the flippers. Wait, were you snorkeling? Gecko tea. I mean, I'll try to keep the geckos out of my tea. They're mostly outside though. Although I kind of wish I wouldn't mind having a pet gecko. I feel like a pet gecko, right? Any other insects that want to get into your house would be like food for that gecko. Oh, just messing around at the beach. Wait, the person threatening their lives conveniently left the receipt. Wait, for the skulls thing? Just trying to read through the chat one last time before we get started, because we do need to get started. And I also, like I said, I owe you some bonus content from last time. Right? That being the One Piece lecture. I don't know, chat. We were talking about anime. Oh, God. See, like, no, I should start with Ethan content. I need to make sure to give you the, I need to make sure to cover the One Piece video essay today, though. It's extra important. Because I also owe you a, video game stream, and since I'm not doing that today, I don't want to get too far behind. The Skull Company was featured in a John Oliver episodes. Wait, do you think somebody in John Oliver, like on the writing team, like knows about the whole Ethan thing, or do you think it's more like, I wish Garfield phones would wash up on my beach? Wait, is that a phone where you can talk to Garfield? Is that what that is? You get chosen by Garfield and a phone washes up on your shore and you're like, hello. And it's like the Bill Murray Garfield. And he's just like bitching about like wanting lasagna, or it's like Monday and you're Garfield, it's actually Sunday. And he's like, I don't know. You have to cheer up Garfield. Because he's chosen you. The Garphone. Yeah, you get that Garphone. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Don't get a Tokai gecko, in my opinion. They're a bit dickish. Fun fact about Bill Murray is that he only agreed to do the movie because he thought it was by the Coen brothers. Oh no, not another director named Coen. Oh no, they misrepresented it to him, or? Oh, interdimensional cable. Wait, isn't interdimensional cable Garfield? Isn't his name like Garfonzel or Bizorb? Wait, what is his fucking name? Wait, his name is Gazorbaz. Wait, is that right? Like in that universe, his name is Gazorbazorb? Oh, Gazorbazorb Field. Okay, yeah. And it's planet Gazorbazorb, right? And then Morty somehow... Does he like have sex with something and spawn like a baby that grows up super fast? I feel like there's a lot of fucking and spawning in that show. If I really think about Rick and Morty, right? I haven't seen the later stuff, but I remember the first like few seasons, and there's just a lot of like, there's a guy that in the, like the kid that Summer, wait, no, is it Summer? Is it Beth? I thought it was Beth. Beth leaves behind. Happy Mom Donnie Day to you too, Ari. Wait, is it Mom Donnie Day? You know what it is? It's Cave Day because the Democrats caved. They caved. Let's see what's going on with our poll. All right, let's see. Oh, hi there, H3 Broadcast. We'll get to you in a second. Morty fucked a sex robot. Oh, the sex robot. Yeah, it's not just a sex robot. It's also like a procreation robot. Wow. What if there was just like other robots that he could have fucked and he wouldn't have had a baby? They're like, oh, I'm sorry, you ordered the non-procreating robot? I'm sorry, we gave you the procreating one. They did their signature move, the big cave. I know, right? And it's so frustrating. And there's no excuse for it either. And you want me to give you what you're not going to hear like anywhere else? At least I think you're not going to hear it anywhere else. I don't think this is an exclusive take, chat. Why did the Democrats cave? You want to know why they caved? Why they would go to the trouble to put themselves out there, plant their flag as caring about the 51,000 people that could die from the, you know, the loss of healthcare due to the planned you know, cuts to the whatchamacallums, the subsidies to Obamacare, right? They saw their own shadow. That's their mission statement. No, there's a real deep reason that they did it, right? It doesn't make sense when you think about it, because like, right, why, you know, they're not losing in the PR war, right? Most Americans blame Donald Trump. They just won an election by massive numbers, so, you know, it's not a problem with that. It's not just them being cowards in the most obvious way. It is them being cowards though, right? So I don't think you're gonna hear this anywhere else. Somebody tell me if somebody else has got this take, and you know, I'll be like, great minds think alike or whatever. But the reason is that Trump was threatening to get rid of the filibuster, right? And they're not afraid of Trump getting rid of the filibuster and doing his whole agenda. That's not actually what they're afraid of. They're afraid that Trump will nuke the filibuster, and that the next time that they get into power, the Democrats will, their base will expect them to do the same thing, right? If Trump nukes the filibuster, you know, to break the shutdown, or if Trump were to do that, right, then there's an expectation that the Democrats would do the same to get one of their bills passed, right? Especially if it's a bill that everybody wants, that everybody needs for something like, I don't know, our material conditions. That's the exact kind of place that the Democrats are used to being able to say, ooh, geez, we'd really love to pass that legislation, but you know, you need 57 votes for cloture. And we can't get 57 votes with this measure in the bill. So I'm sorry, we're just gonna have to drop the one thing that was gonna be really good for you, really bad for our donors. We gotta drop it. I'm sorry, our hands are tied. Our hands are tied. You know, we don't have, like, they love the filibuster, or the prospect of the filibuster, the specter of the filibuster, because it allows them to just, you know, drag their feet on so many things that they ostensibly stand for, but don't. And this is the problem with the Democrats. They just showed in caving after holding out for 40 days that whatever kind of, you know, concern for the American people that they expressed, you'd hope that a politician would have some concern for, you know, the impact that these cuts are going to have. You'd hope that they were serious about this, right? They just showed that they're not. They don't give a fuck about that, right? There's no point. If you really wanted to plant the flag here, if you really thought this was a moral issue and you would not compromise, there is no point in what they just showed is that they did this for the election. Like that's what this looks like now. This was a ploy. This was a gimmick, right? There's no real, you know, human concern there. And when you're the party, there's one party that doesn't give a fuck about human concerns, right? There's one party that's more concerned for everybody to make sure that everybody with privilege gets more privilege. So the Democratic Party is supposed to be the place. Well, if you are concerned and you do think that that the people that aren't super rich and super white and super, you know, this whole like list of preferences, right, deserve like a decent life too, then you vote for a Democrat. But what are we doing when they showed that they don't care about what they pretend to care about? Same thing as when they caved on immigration. Same thing as when they caved on trans rights, right? It shows that they never gave a fuck about it to begin with. You know, in any adoption of support of trans rights, of support of any number of things, right, on their platform was purely performative, was purely because they thought that this was something that they could endorse, that people would like them endorsing, and that would maybe not cost their donors anything, because that's the one they're worried. They don't want to say, I'm going to do the thing that's going to make you make less profits, right? Even though that's the thing that's going to make our life affordable. They never want to get in that. So they were giving, you know, the Democrats were never woke. They were never left. They were never socially conscious or intersectional or any of that shit. They were wearing it like a fucking skin suit, chat. The Democrats are the skin suit of our humanity, of our human concern, of our concern for one another. It's just not, it's not real. And obviously, chat, I don't mean that nobody that ever runs for the Democratic Party can come along and actually, you know, be 10 toes on the ground for this stuff. I hope for that to happen, because the alternative is much messier. Trying to, you know, tear down and recreate and replace one of the two parties in the American system it's a very heavy lift, and I'm not sure if you know, I'm not sure if, you know, people are capable of that heavy lift, and B, you know, how long that would take to do and what kind of chaos that might give itself into, because the Republicans right now, they're fracturing too. They've got a civil war on their hands, and that's why I've got highlighted right here, Tucker versus Shapiro MAGA civil war. We're going to get into this, but there's a whole lot of it, so I wouldn't mind getting a head start. That's why I put it here on the bonus content. You can see right here, our number says 15 out of 100. That means that we are 15% of the way there towards getting some bonus content. One of these items right here, right? You might also see those items if you're in YouTube chat. You might have voted on the items, like which one of these items that you want. And so like what we get, or if we even get it, it's a function of two things. The first thing being, yeah, your vote. We want to get your vote. We want to count your vote. Even if you're not watching on YouTube, you can feel free to slide on over to YouTube and make your voice heard by voting in the poll. So that's one of the things that decides it. The other thing is this right here. That's the bonus goal. We're at 15 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of 100, we will get some bonus content. And I will stick around a little, as long as I can, right? I got to keep my eye on the time, because I have like about 6 hours of, yeah, right around 6 hours left of the stream. So I'm going to try to expedite things, because I know I always jibber jabber for way too long. So what do we got in the kitty today? Meow. Let's take a look, because I also wanted to see where your votes are at right now. All right, so first place, we have Democrats cave on the shutdown, the very topic that I was just talking about. That is chat choosing news. surprising, refreshing. I'm here for it. All right. Democrats cave-in shutdown, winning by 48%. Second place is a tie between Tucker versus Shapiro in the MAGA Civil War and Eric Adams on Z-Way, right? The last Z-Way thing we watched, I think, was literally George Santos, and I don't know. I feel like, you know, these are like bookends of a type, right? Two scammy scammers and the lies that they tell and the way that Z-Way reads them. That's what we're here for. I'm assuming with that 19%. So that's tied for second. Those two, unlike Riley Gaines, who tied for fifth, we must always remember. And then in last place is Xander Hall's response to Dark Brandon. We watched some of this drama, right, that went down with Xander Hall calling out a, well, I mean, he says it's an AI slop channel. They deny it. There's definitely some AI. There's definitely some slop. The question is, like, how deep does it go? Are they actually writing their script? Are they, you know what I mean? Like, how much of them is in the channel, I guess? Because, you know, Zan pointed out it is possible. In fact, there's, you know, a whole Reddit community around creating AI faceless AI content that's very low effort. And so what Zan's saying is it's one of these channels. They're saying it's not. And we're not, you know, they do use some AI, I think, to get different voices on the characters is their claim, right? They have different, if you're not familiar, Dark Brandon, it's like cartoons, kind of South Park looking, very simple animation cartoons with different figures. One is an angel, you know, two are leopards that eat the faces of Republic. That seems to be their most popular content, is like leopards eating the faces of people who voted Republican, but now kind of getting fucked over by their own decisions. So, but yeah, they, you know, they say that the animation is real, the scripts are real, that they actually have a real person reading the script. They just feed it through an AI filter. So anyway, Xander Hall responded to them. I don't think they're going to respond to Zan anymore. I think they tipped their toes in the water because it is a very strategic channel, right? It's definitely a channel that is trying to get some views, trying to make some money, trying to farm some ad revenue. And, you know, that's why you got stuff that is, you know, leopards eating face content is very satisfying. It very much scratches an itch. One could question, you know, how much of a contribution that if maybe that's a little bit of a palliative effect, or like a, you know, this like the kind of the opiate of the masses enjoying right-wing cope. Rather than keeping our eyes on the prize, right? So, you know, you could criticize, but lately they've been going over what I am possibly going to cover today and maybe tomorrow in terms of one of our other topics, tied for second place, Tucker versus Shapiro, the MAGA Civil War. Yeah, they've been talking about the Groypers and yeah, going in depth about the Groypers. They're involved here, right? Basically, if you don't know what happened with Tucker and Shapiro, Tucker had Nick Fuentes on as a guest. Nick's been getting a lot of attention lately, has been ever since Elon unbanned him and ever since Destiny platformed him. I kid you not, Nick Fuentes had no motion at the time. I know this sounds like an exaggeration because the thing of Destiny, Nick Fuentes is like a very influential figure, right? Destiny, not so much, right? How could the mouse have helped the lion? Well, it turned out the lion was kind of in a trap after having been deplatformed and tried lots of things that didn't work, like making his own streaming service at cozy.com or whatever the fuck it was. There's a whole streaming site for Nazis basically over there. Didn't pan out too well, and Nick didn't have a lot of motion. That's when Destiny, in order to have a prominent right-winger, or a right-winger who used to be prominent, to beef with, right? Metaphorically, he's like slaying the dragon, right? His, you know, or even in this case, really giving Nick way too much benefit of the doubt as far as whether he's racist or not. You see a lot of people make this mistake, right? Because he plays a game. Fuentes plays a game, and he plays it really well, where to like one side, to his people, he is signaling full on Hitlerianism, straight up, like no fucking, like and that's why they love him, right? Nobody else will give him that, right? He's not saying it in the most obvious way possible, but he is saying it, and they pick up on it. And then he said, for other people, they're kind of like hearing, oh yeah, people say this guy is all about racism. Well, what did he do? Oh, he pretended to kill Ben Shapiro in a video game. It's kind of anti-Semitic. And people are like, huh? That's not really that great. That's not that special. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't get sued for copyright. All right. Nick is gaining a lot of influence now too. Yeah, the cat's out of the bag. I mean, Hassan said it himself, right? At this point, there was kind of an embargo that a lot of us had, especially larger platforms like Hassan, as far as even talking about people like Fuentes or Hinkeldink, right? You don't want to be the one that gives them that play, but ironically, right now Ben Shapiro has the negative Riz and is giving that play to Nick Fuentes, but in his attempt to shut him down. But I mean, Ben's panicking. I mean, he's seeing like Daily Wire is just evaporating like it got Thanos. Destiny's biggest regret about reviving Fuentes' career is that the Nazi community eventually betrayed him. What a fantastic moron! What a fantastic moron indeed. But yeah, he plays this game. People like Destiny enable him. There's even like people, like Tucker Carlson now and saying that they don't support his like super far right and I don't know how. What point is there to Tucker trying to hide his power level at this point? I mean, it's pretty easy to see that he is very much the same way. But yeah, Tucker's trying to kind of sugarcoat Nick's message for him, try to talk to him about stuff that'll make him seem more interesting and more like less definitive, like this guy's a Nazi basically. You're thinking of Tim Pool, Josh. Fuentes that powerful. I mean, they've sort of made him that powerful, right? And I'm gonna give you a very shortened version of how this happened. But when the right wing, like when right-wing Zionists shut down everybody that is speaking against Israel that is not anti-Semitic, right? When there's so much flack coming at people on the left for giving a fuck about Palestine, it made the perfect lane for Nick Fuentes, right? They tried to suppress all of this stuff. The right wing all this time was telling you, if you were a right winger, that not hating trans people is woke, not hating gay people is woke, not hating immigrants is woke. Don't be woke, right? It's okay and it's good and it's well and it's proper. Anybody who's not Christian, you can, right? They got that far, but then they had this weird little security perimeter around like Jewish identity, right? It was like, okay, so all of this stuff you can shit on, right? You can shit on like black people by assuming that, by suggesting that any achievement that they get is a product of DEI. You can demonize trans people. You can do whatever you want, but you can't no anti-Semitism, right? And then the new generation comes along and they're like, well, why not? What we do here is we hate minorities, right? And Jewish people are a minority, and according to this anti-Semitic shit that I've been reading, they have way too much power. And just like that, it gave Nick the perfect lane, right? He was able to garner the clout from opposing Israel when it's doing monstrous shit, but not take the flack that is being fully directed towards the pro-Palestinian left, because he's not pro-Palestinian. He is just anti-Semitic, right? And the whole Palestine thing to him, the whole Gaza thing to him becomes just another vector to attack Jewish people, right? And just like the Zionist right, he wants to conflate Jewish identity with support for Israel. So that's the other thing that they did that helped him. So yeah, basically they created the perfect storm for Nick Fuentes to rise. Now he's rising, and Ben Shapiro can't put the cap on him. that I'm imagining like a chemistry experiment, right, gone wrong, and the cork, he can't successfully cork Nick Fuentes, right? You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube after it's come out. Fuentes is gonna get Shapiro treatment soon enough. He's an ethnic minority. Oh yeah, well, I mean, that is the leopards eat faces aspect of, just fascism in general, that like it creates a small circle and that circle only gets smaller, right? The idealized purity of the Volk, as the Germans would call it, or what is American, as I guess Fuentes and his Groypers would call it, it gets smaller and smaller. And yeah, I mean, I think Hassan did a video this week where he commented on the strange proliferation of Groyper accounts that were actually, ethnic minorities themselves, and somehow thought that, yeah, it is Carl Schmittism. It is the friend and enemy distinction. The genie back in the bottle. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I've explained Tucker. I've explained Eric. I've explained Xander Hall. I've explained the Dems. Yeah, those are your options, right? And we'll get one of these options. It'll shake its way out of the vending machine if we get the proper change. If we have the change for the, the bonus meter, which is right here at 15%. Oh my God, I got to change the other one. The other one is the butterfly meter, which is at 0 out of 10. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to, change that to 0. But anyway, that's the super chat meter right there. The reward for that. Oh my God, I do have a butterfly. I did manage to grab a butterfly. I will put this butterfly in my hair if we hit 10 super chats, right? So super chats of the teal variety or greater. Make that go forward. Up here on the bonus content, basically what makes this number get bigger is when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership to somebody, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I'm trying to fund a new computer that will actually take Windows 11, because this thing has gotten to the point where supposedly I cannot put the next edition of Windows on it, and they have ceased support for Windows 10. So that's what I'm trying to do on throne.com, or if you support me on Patreon, which I'm going to read out the Patreons in just a second, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime and you hook that baby, your Amazon Prime account up to Twitch, you get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. And if that happens to be me, you'll get subs. And I found out there's something else that you get, right? So on Twitch, the only way to turn back time on the VOD is if you're a sub. If you're a sub, you can rewind the VOD, but apparently nobody else can. So that's a great reason, if you've got a Twitch Prime, to use that to be able to, if you want to watch what happened earlier or anything like that, that's a good justification to hook up your Prime to Twitch. Of course, you can also get a sub proper or gift subs on Twitch, or bits, or any of that craziness that Twitch has. And all of that counts towards the bonus goal as well. It makes this number go forward. It makes this number go up, and it makes it more likely that we're going to get some bonus content. We're going to get some bonus content already, chat.
Shinta super chatted $5. This super chat is $4 more than my 2026 ACA subsidy, loudly crying.
God damn. In terms of what the government pays for it, or it, yeah, this is what the Democrats just caved on. This is what they just caved on. The ACA subsidy. And so now health insurance is going to get expensive for a lot of people, and not just people that are getting their insurance via the ACA, right? It's going to have a ripple effect across the market. Supposedly the Democrats secured a floor vote on it, which is like nothing. They're just gonna vote it down. So it's like Willy Wonka. They got nothing. They got nothing. Nothing at all. All right, so there we go. We're at 20 out of 100. If we get to 100, yeah. So like I said, chat, I'm gonna introduce maybe the Ethan Klein topic, and then I will we need to watch the One Piece thing. I hope you're all here for that, right? Hope you're all here for it's an analysis of the politics of One Piece, which is pretty interesting because some people will assure you that there's nothing political at all in One Piece, and other people will point you to the presence of the pirate flag on the pirate ship from One Piece at like, you know, every major social upheaval that's recently happened, especially when it involves, you know, younger people protesting a, you know, a government that is. Anyway, we'll get to that. We will get to that. We will do that because we got that bonus content before. Once insurance companies see that the ACA isn't feasible option, I'm sure they'll jack up their rates too. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna. Yeah, I don't know. Shit just keeps on getting worse under Trump, right? And I mean, you could see that people are sick of it. You could see that they're tired of it. If you don't believe me, chat. Let me, oh God, I gotta get to that. We got a clip of Trump getting booed at a football game of all places. Yes, Donald Trump. Trying to give awards to soldiers at a football game. Pretty uncontroversial thing, you would think, but like the guy is just hated. And he can't like use the soldiers, he can't use the troops as a fig leaf, right? Yeah, the One Piece flag has become quite the symbol. So yeah, we're gonna make sure to watch that. What else am I gonna make sure to do? I'm gonna make sure to thank my Patreons because I do that at the beginning and end of each stream. If you are supporting me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. Let me take care of those now. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix and Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayer. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zero0x. And with that, chat, I feel like we gotta get going. We gotta dip into this whole Ethan Klein business that I told myself I would avoid like the plague, but I don't know. I really should get into One Piece, but see the episode count. Yeah, it's a pretty daunting task to try to get anywhere near caught up with One Piece. Anyway, oh my God, why am I so dehydrated? Don't do the Ethan thing? Yeah, I know, I wish, like I said, I've got Thai class tonight, so I've got like a hard limit, and as such, I didn't want to do something that was, I feel like the right-wing Civil War thing, like so anyway, if we pick this one, the right-wing Civil War on here, we'll do the Tabernacle video, which will kind of set us up for tomorrow. I'm assuming tomorrow I'll cover the thing proper. Yeah, there's gonna be, it starts off with Tucker interviewing Nick Fuentes, and then you got Ben Shapiro reacting to that and basically showing all of the clips that he can find on Nick, and they just don't have any effect, right? They're not, somehow he manages not to be convincing on the most obvious thing in the world, the fact that Nick Fuentes is a fucking Nazi. Ben Shapiro puts something together that kind of like, if anything, it like undermines that claim. It makes it seem not serious because of the weird clips that he chooses. And then we've got, I think Ben goes on Megyn Kelly, and Tucker goes on Megyn Kelly. Ben is they're calling it what, the woke right? This is what confuses me, chat. Does anybody understand the phrase woke right? If I was to guess who is the woke right, I would guess Shapiro's side, but I don't think that's how they see it. I think that Ben is trying to call Nick and Tucker the woke right on the basis that they are identitarians. I think that is the actual meta on. It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, we got to get into that. It does look like the Democrats' cave is in first place. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Yeah, first place by 45%. Second place is Eric Adams on Z-Way. Third place, Tucker versus Shapiro, MAGA Civil War. And fourth place is Xander Hall, because again, we've confirmed, chat, no one cares about Xander Hall. That's a sad thing. Wait, what's a wrestling reference? NWO Black versus and White versus NWO Red and Black? It sounds like Pokemon to me. Sorry. Anyway, we got to get going. We got to make this happen. Which means I got to press this button and then, okay, so we're done talking with chat. What are we doing now? Ethan's Taylor obsession? Something like that. It's probably too long, right? It's slightly too long. Change it to Taylor haunts Ethan. So Taylor haunts Ethan. And then the next thing we'll cover will be is One Piece political? Question. Liking this structure? I'm trying to give it some structure. Yeah, there's a lot more that I need to do, but again, talking about my need to get organized, probably not the most compelling content, so I'll skip it this time. Yeah, it was like, I don't know, I want to let people know that I'm thinking about it, and that if you're frustrated by the lack of structure, I'm right there with you. But yeah, I don't want to vent at you about my frustrations about getting my proverbial shit together. So what do we have here that we've missed? This is Ethan. God, I mean, just like look at, these are his videos, his VODs, VOD on demand, video on demand. They're not VODs. The funny thing about them is they're videos, but this is H3A figuring out that putting out videos is important to growing a channel. They were coasting on the live streams for a long time, much like I do. And, you know, maybe that only works when you're like a big channel with 50,000 concurrents. Now they're a smaller channel with 20,000 concurrents. So they're putting these out. It also gives Ethan a little bit more control about the version of himself that he presents. He's very self-conscious about his tics, and you know, the people speculating whether he's on drugs. So that's part of it too. Let's see, what do we got? We got Hassan's TikTok reposts. Hassan dog collar situation keeps on getting worse, or he needs to find a new title to keep talking about it. Did he okay, no, he didn't. I guess this one he's going over what people that defended Hassan on the dog collar thing. Yeah, I didn't do a lot of that because I don't think it's productive. Most of the H3 fans know that Hassan didn't shock his dog, but they're gonna say it anyway. And you know, the best thing to do is treat it like the meme that it is. You know, that's I think what undermines the seriousness, because there's nothing serious about their concern for Kaya, and I think it's kind of gross what they're doing. So anyway, that's what has been going on recently. What do we have? In terms of Ethan's, oh geez, that looks like some. Wait, did she talk to Ethan? Okay, we'll save that one for last, right? Okay, so now this is a Twitter account called Ethan's Attic, right? Ethan's Attic, right? It basically just is like an Ethan Klein tracker. It's a crash out tracker, right? And recently Ethan has accused this account of being Taylor Lorenz. It has less followers than my account, chat. I don't think that's Taylor Lorenz. I think she knows how to work Twitter better than I do. I mean, no, I'm not trying to mog on Ethan's Attic or anything. I'm just pointing out that this is not Taylor Lorenz, despite what Ethan says. Ethan Klein was awake after 1 a.m. posting about Taylor Lorenz, he's spent the last few days accusing of running my account. Here, Ethan implies, so we got to get into that. I don't know if he did that on the show, or I'm assuming it's just on his Instagram. Most of the things are just on his Instagram. Here, Ethan implies that Taylor is somehow responsible for convincing Cruel World Happy Mind into making her video about Ethan. All right, what is this? So Taylor Lorenz Yeet. Taylor Lorenz responding to Yeet. Yeet says, Ethan Klein continues to meme about Taylor Lorenz's alleged alt account. Okay, so there it's on the Yeet. Taylor responding to herself is wild. Oh, okay. Wow. He's really gonna try to gaslight us like this, isn't he? All right. Taylor, after you have convinced Cruel World Happy Mind to do a hit piece on me, do you feel bad for being responsible for tanking her reputation permanently? Ethan Klein continues to meme. Okay, so she says, Ethan now has his drama slop lackeys spreading his deranged conspiracy theories about me. Ethan should sue. Now, some people think this Yeet account is Dan Saltman. From what I've seen, it's not. It's like a 16-year-old. It's worse. It's a 16-year-old kid that DGG is grooming. I don't know, chat. That's what it seems like. From what I can tell, this person actually has like a Twitch account and went live a couple of times and just got laughed at because they're a bit of a squeaker. You know, they're not ready for primetime streaming. I guess they're but DGG loves this account on Twitter, so Ethan should sue and subpoena full info related to that account. Okay, wait, Ethan should sue and subpoena info related to the he's responding to the alt account accusations. Yeah. So this is funny, right? Because Taylor Lorenz actually kind of throwing Ethan's Attic under the bus here, right? He should sue them? No, I don't want Ethan Klein suing any other people that can't afford a lawyer. That seems like a very bad thing that would happen, right? That's not a... he will find I have zero connections, and I'd love to see him waste his money. But of course he won't, because he knows he's lying. True. Here are other Instagram stories Ethan made last night about Taylor Lorenz and my account. Taylor responding to herself is wild. Oh, she responded to Ethan's Attic. That's okay. Wait, there's more. I want to get to the original. Wait, what is this? What? There looks like... Oh, it's about the thirst or the Hassan thirst trap. He did a video about Hassan Instagram, like fan cams and thirst traps, not beating the stupid sexy Hassan allegations, I guess. I need to find that first one where Ethan, like, what's in this one? Taylor Lorenz responding to herself on Twitter Saturday night. Yo, if you don't think there's like a gendered aspect to the way that Ethan Klein goes after people like Taylor Lorenz, I mean, look at what he's doing here, right? Damn, is this motherfucker ever using misogyny to his benefit? Like, Ethan, I want to point it out, like, right, he's portraying Taylor Lorenz as like a, you know, upper middle-aged woman that I don't know is you know, doing kid stuff. Who the fuck are you, Ethan? Who the fuck are you? He's up at 1 o'clock tweeting this or Instagramming this shit, right? But like the whole thing is people don't see, like, people are much more ready to point and laugh at like an older woman than they are at an older man. It's just straight up sexism. That is the coin of the realm when it comes to H3. Always has been, always will be. Can't tell if she's trolling or actually so dumb that she thinks this exonerates her. Taylor, if you want to take my advice, don't try. You don't need to exonerate yourself. Do not dignify this shit with a response. I've never been more sure that it's the same person. I do not run the account or have any affiliation with Ethan's attic. Does Ethan think that Taylor Lorenz is Ethan's attic? Generally can't understand how brain dead you have to be to think that I have the will or time to run. That's actually a good point, right? And that is unironically the that is the only alibi that you need, is that you are a very busy person. You're doing a hell of a lot, and so whatever shenanigans they want to accuse you of is not anything that you would even have time for. Run a whole account dedicated to Ethan Klein. I'm a working journalist. The only one who has a whole account dedicated to anyone is Ethan Klein, who has a whole series of accounts dedicated to his ops and perceived ops. And Taylor Lorenz, the ghost of Taylor Lorenz in his walls at night saying, boo, Ethan Klein, Ethan Klein. I'm coming to get you, Ethan. That's the ghost of Taylor, of course, not me. I'm far away from Ethan Klein, which is probably a good thing. Just to be perfectly clear, the claim that Taylor Lorenz is Ethan's addict is not a serious assertion of facts. All I'm saying, you disingenuous rat fuck. That's such a fucking, he straight up admit, this is a Dan fucking Saltman moment. Look, I know that Hassan did not do anything bad at a hostel in Germany, but that doesn't mean that I can't, you know, imply strongly that he did, you know, in order to try to get him canceled. Like, right, I know that he, I mean, this is like, but here he is, right? Yeah, so I guess, what is he, is this a legal cover your ass move? What do you think, chat?
But anyway, let's watch this part, because this part really kind of rattled me a bit.
What could happen at any moment. Hila decided to call the brand Teddy Fresh because Ethan and Hila loved the name Theodore or Teddy. Theodore happens to be the name of their first son. Teddy is the nickname they have for each other. Following the launch of Teddy Fresh's first collection in October of 2017, the brand almost immediately saw massive success. Much of its apparel would sell out shortly after dropping, and the line reflects Hila's own personal style. While in the past I would certainly commend Hila for having a very creative style, often simply out.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to describe it. It literally looks like, okay, chat, is it just me? Or it, like, there's something about this outfit that makes me think there's a diaper underneath. Like, I don't know if it's that it's bunchy around the waist, or there's something about it that just like reminds me of like diaper material. I don't know. Like, this is like actually worse than most of her shit. Yeah, the creative mind of Ela Klein, right?
Outfit ensembles that Ela chooses feels very childlike, with also Teddy Fresh having a little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
So, can you explain to me what's interesting about... By the way...
This is an interrogation, chat. We never covered this. I like threatened to cover this. I talked about covering this. I could not bring myself to covering it. There's too much, chat. There's like a 3-hour video by Cruel World Happy Mind. Then like a 3-hour, you know, live stream by Ethan responding to it. Then he has Cruel World Happy Mind on his stream, like in an attempt for her to humanize herself so that his fans will stop like harassing her. But just he's basically like interrogating her. And then there's another one. He's milked like three live streams. Excuse me. He's milked 3 live streams from this, so there's a lot to cover. I don't know if I'll get to it. Get to what I can. What is this? He snacks on little teddy bears made for kids.
Yeah, what's interesting about that? But anyway, let's watch this part, because this part really...
Wait. Where's he? What's he responding to there?
But anyway, let's watch this part, because...
I mean, look, those are teddygrams. I'm familiar with those. I guess if you're a parent, I don't know. What is somebody really giving him a hard time for eating teddygrams? Oh, what? But that's not what she said.
This part really kind of rattled.
And some of the outfit ensembles that Ela chooses feels very childlike, with also Teddy Fresh having a little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
Is that riffing off of that? He's snacks on little... I mean, I'll be honest, chat. I don't like the snack. I've only really had like... What is it? Like there's like a cinnamon flavor or something. I haven't had the chocolate chip ones. I don't think I would. I don't like it. I don't know. I guess I don't really eat a lot of prefab snacks these days. Okay, so God damn, it looks like we're gonna have to do a deep dive into Ethan's attic. This is the he's accusing them, but isn't it clear to everybody that, like, I don't think he really thinks that this is Taylor Lorenz. Ethan left out the pedo troll allegations in his initial reaction to her video and claims that she said they were pedos based on Ela's clothing. Oh my God, that is pretty disingenuous. And my remembrance of the video, I don't think she was really going strong on, like, she was saying that their shit was cringe. I don't think she was saying they're pedos. Yeah, the conversation is like the one thing that I would maybe we'll get into some of that. Anyway, let's keep moving. I want to find the original post that okay, what is this? Stop bringing your fucking children in every time. Stop bringing up your fucking children every time she brings up your problematic behavior. So yeah, somebody's asking, how is this not sexual harassment? Oh, a Gato Fumadora post, right? Taylor says it is not sexual harassment, but Ethan Klein has been sexually harassing me and countless of other women for years. He's a disgusting misogynist who fixates and obsesses on women who don't show absolute fealty towards him. Taylor Lorenz quote tweeted an account yesterday that famously said that I'm sorry, no directed by Hideo Kojima account is famously said anything. Nobody knows who this is, Ethan, except for you. and people in the Dan Saltman Splinter Discord maybe said they want to murder my children by slamming them repeatedly into the tree by their legs. Is that something they want to? Yeah, that's a real threat, Ethan. They were a Hulk smasher. Kids, is that something you'd like to do, Taylor? What the fuck? Yeah, no. You wouldn't like her when she's angry, but she's not gonna, you know, Hulk smash your kids. Previously, Taylor worked at the Washington Post. Now she's an independent. She's independent. Her job is to think and talk about me all day on Twitter. 95% of what she talks about has nothing to do with you. Day number 4 of asking Taylor Lorenz what is the proper way to criticize her without being a misogynist. Anytime anyone criticizes her, she calls. Okay, anyway. Okay, so here are the purported. Okay, I'm gonna have to like pause this. These are the messages that Ethan sent her, I guess. Okay, so provide me. I feel like we've read this part before. Is this old? Provide me a written apology by the end of the day if you would like to avoid litigation. I feel like that was from last time. She go ahead and ask an attorney about your exposure on saying someone sexually harasses young girls. You're a fucking journalist, Jesus Christ. You need to get your shit together. Oh, so she's sharing the Boston bombing video, which I like. He doesn't usually deny that. He doesn't usually deny that that's sexual harassment or it's fucked up or it's kind of racist, right? What he'll say is that was a long time ago. Usually his defense on the and he it was a long time ago and he apologized, but he's still kind of acting like his shit doesn't stink here at this point. I think this is old too. I suspect this is kind of old. The video is 10 years old. There we go. Right on brand. Your claim is that I am currently doing this with, oh, that's what you're trying to get. I'm going to sue you because you said I'm doing this, but in reality, I did this. And you can't prove that I'm currently still sexually harassing young girls. It's just, you know, would be very on brand if he did. Yeah, so this seems like a continued threat of litigation. You continue to post weird sexual things. Is this old or something? Chat, because like I'm like wondering if this like whole thing is like did I accidentally click on her pinned or something? I hope that she didn't have to pin this, right? I hate that. I have seen harassment get so bad that the victim has to pin a post just to let people know, hey, if you interact with me, you're gonna probably hear some bad shit about me, right? Because I've got people that are obsessed with me. And so here is debunking as much of that as I can. And I have seen people have to do that. Okay, so he's arguing whether she fits the bill as a young girl. How old are you again? And again, look at the angle that he's going, right? Is this literally woman of a certain age kind of shit, right? When like I think they're close to the same age. Aren't they, Ethan and Taylor? Okay, so yeah, this is this seems like old stuff. Calls her snark-brained. Is this new? This is the new stuff, maybe? Damn, that's crazy. The NYT is still dealing with your no, this is old. We've read the, oh my god. How did I get debated, chat, into thinking that was June 23rd? God damn it. Somehow I thought that was new stuff. So yeah, it looks like we're to get to the heart of the allegations, at least when it, oh my god, what the fuck did Vadim post? I rarely discuss Elon Klein. Pretty much just I'll always keep that to Ethan. But god damn it, I still can't get over the butt armor. Is this Teddy Fresh? What is this? Okay. When did he post this? 6 hours ago, huh? Oh, this Jake Chinatown is saying that maybe Ethan's the one with multiple alt accounts. I wonder where the allegation of convincing Cruel World Happy Mind to do a hit piece. I wonder where that's coming from, because I haven't seen him source that. Wait, now Ethan Klein's oh yeah, supposedly there's something going on with Teddy Glow. Teddy Glow is their makeup line. They did a 4-hour infomercial, 3-hour infomercial for it the other day. Hila's trash makeup company, because the models did not know how awful the clients were and are regretting working with them. H3 fans are particularly calling the models Nazis. Okay, I guess people are telling me, is this going on at the, does butt armor referred to cover your ass? It must be some kind of inside joke like that. You really want to cover your ass? Get Teddy Fresh's new butt armor. She did a fashion shoot that was insane. Was it old? Is it like from a long time ago? Or so that was Hila with the butt armor. I mean, how clairvoyant is she that she knew that she would have to cover hers and Ethan's asses this many years later if that wasn't new? I'm assuming it's not new. Okay, so yeah, apparently there is drama around the new makeup company, Teddy Glow. I've heard people say that's on the Reddit. I usually don't go to the Reddit that much, but if that's where it lives, I guess we will go there and get accused of being snark-brained. Snark-brained in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain. Okay, I can't do it quite right. I was trying to give you a Lin-Manuel Miranda jump scare, but it didn't quite pan out. I was like trying to remember how they... Anyway. Thought cover your ass stood for choose your own adventure? Oh, wow. I guess it could be both. Anyway. Oh, wait. That's... I don't know if this is actually breaking news. I saw this... Oh, this is a new post by Rashad. I have filed a lawsuit, and I call on all Jews to support my case. Okay, so wait. Looks like the lawsuit did get filed? Maybe? What is this?
You know, we're having this conversation and everything. What's your outlook on everything that's happening? How do you see things going? Again, I don't know shit, but you know, you've been covering it more than me. I'd like to hear kind of.
It's a fucking insane quagmire. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
The best outcome I see is like Hamas leaving, right? And then a joint effort from Arab countries, America, Europe, who are willing to invest a shitload of money.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what should happen, right? Whenever people are colonized and occupied and put into like a open air prison, like what Gaza has become, the first step is definitely for them to unilaterally disarm and to just leave themselves at the mercy of Israel, because Israel has shown how much it cares about Palestinian civilians. So that's definitely, yeah, Ethan's got it right there. That's the first step. If you're ever in a situation like that, yeah, you unilaterally disarm and you just trust the other party that's been enacting genocide on you, which I think even Ethan has bitten the bullet on that one. Trust them to them and Trump, right? Trump Gaza, like what are you just trust the plan, I guess. Wow. This is such bad advice. Like, it's incumbent upon the people being genocided, right? To, I don't know, take a, what do you call it? Like a a trust fall into the arms of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow.
Structure, bringing it back into a place that
can prosper.
That's respectful. Yeah, could prosper and respectable. Rebuild it in a beautiful place, not a hotel.
Directive. Who wanted Hamas? Who wanted Hamas in charge in the first place? I believe that was Bibi.
For Trump, obviously. Like this could be, by the UN, by the Arab League involved in making decisions in terms of like what's the best way to rebuild Gaza. That's the best way I see it. But like,
how about we stop the apartheid? Right? If you've got an apartheid going on, I think the first thing to do would be to end the apartheid. The second thing to do would be to think about those keys that many people in Palestine still wear around their neck, and how you can accomplish something along the lines of a right of return. Anyway, this is just like, there's no thought to justice here. Only to convenience, really. Right? Palestine has become an inconvenience for liberal Zionists. And we should feel sorry for them for that inconvenience, I suppose. The Knesset just voted to annex the West Bank. People are barely aware. Yeah, well, they've been making moves to do that for a while now, Magenta. They basically have occupied, I think one of their last occupations in the West Bank basically cuts the entire, cuts it in half north to south, right? So yeah, it was pretty apparent that was their next move, and now it sounds like the Knesset has made it official. God damn, this is depressing.
Like, honestly, there's no
what
good
do you
solution.
think should happen to the Palestinian people?
They should be free. They should get their own state. They should be free. Absolutely.
They should be free within the confines of their narrow strip of land, minus the part that the IDF is continuing to occupy. They should be free, except for not be able to get stuff, in everything that they import into that area should be monitored and filtered by Israel. But other than that, they should be free. Yeah, completely free. That's like telling somebody they're free in the fucking hole in prison. Yeah, you can walk around this entire little room, right? You can all the roaches, all the rats in this prison cell. They're you can do as you will with them. That's fucked up, Ethan. That is fucked up.
Right.
Yeah.
I would love to see how free he felt in the Gaza Strip. Right. I would love to see how he enjoys that freedom.
And
I mean, there's no question about it.
I wish for them that they wouldn't have to live under Hamas because they don't care for them.
Yeah, it's funny. I wish they wouldn't have to live under Israel. Right. That maybe they wouldn't need a militant group. Or they wouldn't feel they needed one. It wouldn't be the form of government that they chose, because they would like to move on and not live in a permanent war footing, right? That would, oh my god, this is so frustrating. Anyway, I gotta stop. Joke. What is this? Jokes for me, not for thee.
I think she says stuff like she implies that we're both pedophiles.
Yeah.
Because Hila did a Care Bear collab. truly mind.
insane.
It is. It's fun. It is insane.
Wow.
And I really tried to impart on her when I was having the conversation.
Yeah. No.
Do you understand?
You know what's insane is when you take Ethan's word for it as an employee of him that knows how he fucking lies, and often are tasked, if that's Dan talking back to him, often are tasked with like rebutting the lies just so that H3 as a podcast will not get sued. Right? But no, let's just go ahead and assume that he's telling the fucking straight up truth here.
And how utterly up it is to say that about somebody, right?
In this video, Ethan refers to Patrice Wilson as the nice neighborhood pedophile, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson's neighborhood. All right, who's there? I guess that's Mr. Wilson, looking like the nice neighborhood pedophile there, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah. I feel like
No,
you're not.
again,
You don't treat these videos with the.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a cut? Was that Did the clip get edited there, or that's not like the show? Okay, yeah. They edited the clip basically to
Nice neighborhood pedophile, Mr. Wilson. Wilson as the
utterly.
Is this another? It looks like they cut another creator's video like into here. Is that, anybody know what this is? Am I getting that right? Is this another creator? And they cut, this is Paige. Yeah, to kind of shed some light on what is actually being discussed, since Ethan isn't being transparent with it. Paige Christie.
Up it is to say that about somebody, right?
In this video, Ethan refers to Patrice Wilson as the nice neighborhood pedophile, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson's neighborhood. All right, who's there? I guess that's Mr. Wilson, looking like the nice neighborhood pedophile there, Mr. Wilson.
I feel like you're not.
Again,
You don't treat these videos with the gravity they deserve. Like, once again, you're talking about my life.
I agree.
And you are
I
making
agree.
extraordinary claims about me.
And he also goes on to call him terms such as Blackzilla, and says that Blackzilla likes to rape the little 8-year-old white girl with blonde hair. He likes them white and blonde.
This image is pretty twisted up in itself. She's holding what looks like a phallic object, a little 8-year-old girl, and a big, giant black man looking in on her, man. It's like Blackzilla. This guy's got a weird fantasy, dude. Blackzilla, a little 8-year-old white girl with blonde hair. He likes it. He likes him white and...
This is like accusing Mr. Rogers of leering at, I don't know, like King Friday or something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Mr. Rogers was big and the puppets were small, so therefore the implication is that Mr. Rogers is diddling the puppets, right? No, maybe he's just Mr. Rogers and he's trying to make wholesome children's entertainment, but...
blonde.
Like,
No,
damaging,
again, I think that-
hurtful.
I don't like the way that he said black man. Yeah. I mean, this is the past that he's trying to run away from, but the problem is he's not that different from that guy. He's not that different from that guy that made that content in the first place.
Like, career, reputational, and just personally, like, very hurtful.
Get in, dude. Patrice put out the sign for you. Get in, dude. Get in the pussy wagon. Isn't this what all parents' like worst nightmare is? Is like some stranger, some fucking...
I'm sorry, but nightmares also reveal elements of our unconscious that we don't voice in our daily life around our friends and family, such as that your great, and what you're voicing here, Ethan, is that your greatest fear for your children involves specifically a black man. That's part of it, right? It's weirdly specific. It's weirdly specific that this is the guy that Ethan fixates on in a fucking, very scary internet environment where, grooming and exploitation is way too common. The form of Ethan, just like the Ghostbusters, right? You choose the form of your destroyer. Ethan's Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is black. That is oddly specific, Mr. Klein. That is oddly specific.
weird, obviously pedophile guy is just like, get into my van.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. He's telling on his prawn searches.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, there's probably some aspect of that subconscious revelation. God damn. Yeah, he's got a weird, he does seem to have a weird, like, miscegenation, like, anxiety or something. I don't know what that is. It's like racist and pedophilic at the same time. I'm sorry, Ethan. I'm not saying, for the record, that this guy is as a pedophile or that his children are, you know, in any sort of danger, but you're a weird guy, is all. You're a weird guy. It's a bad look. Most people wouldn't want to look like this, wouldn't want to show this aspect of their personality on, you know, in public, let alone on the internet for so many people to see. But here we are in Mr. Klein's neighborhood, and it is not nearly as wholesome as Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Not by a long shot. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. Omega Star with the member chat. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. Hello to you, Omega Star. So yeah, I don't know. We're entering Mr. Klein's neighborhood. This is more fucked up than I imagined, but I guess we still have half of this video to go. See, that's the weird thing. Is like he is like throwing these accusations at other people, and then when people notice that like you do in fact have an account called Pedotroll, you have said fucked up shit about minors on the fucking internet in a way that your, you know, excuses don't really excuse, right? But no, that's an attack on him. You're trying to take his kids away. Like, how dare, he's a family man. How dare you, what are you doing, Ethan? What are you fucking doing? Except the same goddamn thing that you complain about when it's done to you. Massive douchebag, massive hypocrite.
Into my pussy wagon. Like, this video is encouraging some very dangerous behavior. I don't know why they cast a young hermaphrodite for the role. Is that too much? Should I not make fun of the kids like that? He's got a black girl and a white girl. He's gonna tear them both up. Get that punch, girl. Yeah, you know.
Why? Why does he have to? Like, even if you want to do humor that's edgy, like, why does he have to take it that extra? He just always has to take it that extra length. Oh my god, I shouldn't say length. I feel just like permanently icked by Ethan Klein. Thank you for the super chat, Omega. We're at 3 super chats out of 10. Goal ends in 26 minutes and 51 seconds. So, butterfly enjoyers, Vox, please. Vox, indeed. I will put 8 points. So, oh yeah, the other thing I didn't explain to you, chat, when I was going over the bonus content is that when you donate, again, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, support me on Patreon, or support me on Twitch, you get to tell me which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. And if you, like Omega Star, would rather have the chat choose, right? Then you could say Vox Populi, and then your donation counts towards reinforcing the will of the people, the will of the voters. What you're saying is, I'm having what they're having, and what they are the voters in chat. So, you know, excellent way to do that by supporting Vox Populi, which is now at 8%. I can see it's like at a, you know, higher than anything else. So remember, if you've donated or if you do donate, you have the ability to do that too. All you got to do is let me know in chat. And if I don't catch on, you know, at me or something. Anyway, we got to watch this monster. Ethan, he is Godzilla. You know what I mean? Like, everything that he says about other people applies to him tenfold.
You know, that ain't spiked. He's like, should I break them now or should I wait until they're fucked up?
He sees a black dude, and the first thing... He sees a black dude and a white girl, and the first thing he thinks of is... Do you remember the last time we covered Ethan Klein? He somehow brought up Huckleberry Finn, right? Which, if you don't know, Huckleberry Finn is a book by Mark Twain that's pretty famous for having the N word with the hard R in it a lot, and always controversial because it is part of the American literary canon, and a lot of times old school teachers they feel the need to, like, I don't know, say the N-word in class, or this gives them an excuse to say the N-word in class, right? It's like it's but anyway, I don't remember how he got onto that, but he just basically turned into like racist Mark Twain, like right before our eyes, which is ironic because Mark Twain notably unracist for his time.
Underscore by super chatted $10. I'm sorry, but at my most unfiltered, no matter what substances are involved, the weirdest I got was telling a stranger that they were the prettiest girl in the room, and I was jealous. He's sober.
Oh, as far as the allegations of Ethan being on some sort of substance, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature, and what are we at now? 43. We're at 43. 43. Oh, as far as him, yeah, kind of going unfiltered on the internet, yeah. And yeah, some people do attribute it to either substance abuse. I mean, he's fed into this a little bit by apparently taking other people's ADHD prescriptions. I mean, we don't know what's real or what's fake on the stream. Maybe it was just a gag that they did. Unlike him, I'm not going to jump to conclusions, but because of that, the other version of this is that the Ozempic is somehow causing him issues. But yeah, the one of the main characters in that story, Huckleberry Finn, is known as N-word Jim. Like, right, literally every time they refer to him, they say they call him N-word Jim. Now I've forgotten what that was all about, but that was some wild shit. Yeah, this is the thing about Ethan is like, here's why I keep covering him, I guess, even though it's not good for my health, it's not good for anything, and I'm sick of him. It is that, like,
Omega Star super chatted $9.99. It's hilarious that people don't understand what Mark Twain was trying to point out in Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah, I can't even remember entirely how Ethan was applying it, but it was out of pocket, whatever he was saying. But it's just like every time I look into Ethan Klein, I find something that I feel like I've got to tap somebody else on the shoulder and be like, are you seeing this? Are you, like, do you see what's going, like, it's weird. It's beyond. It's not just bad, but you can sort of tell it's bad from the outside, right? But you get on the inside of whatever controversy that Ethan is involved in, and you find out it's like 6 times worse than you thought it would be or could be. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get through this clip.
On this punch that I spiked with roofies.
And horrible things that should never be said without an extraordinarily serious, I am a person, right?
Hi, I'd like to report a crime. Yeah, my name is Ethan Klein. Okay, I just witnessed on YouTube a man eating a minor. She was 8. She was only 8 years old. I saw it on YouTube right now. Okay, dude, I just saw it on YouTube. He was eating and raping a little 8-year-old girl. His name is Patrice Wilson.
Do I make a lot of jokes about pedophilia? I mean, I acknowledge I had that old account that's like 15 years old and stuff. But do I make jokes about pedophilia? I don't think so. That's not like a frequent topic.
Hey, remember that video we made 2 or 3 months ago about that black guy that was...
I'm sorry, but that's just bullshit. That's just bullshit. And you don't even have to go to old school Ethan Klein to prove that, right? You could find way more recent stuff of him literally making, like, that's like half of his jokes are about pedophilia. It's his favorite topic. Second, I don't know. It's one of his favorite topics. It's up there, right? Like, and it's probably because of that he came up as a comedy YouTube channel in the age of edgy comedy, right? So that how do you make something edgy? Inject it with pedophilia, I guess, if you're Ethan Klein. It's a pretty lazy way to go about it, but I guess it gets the attention. It got him the attention, and for that reason, we're still dealing with this fallen titan. Ethan really is a fallen titan, Chad. If you don't know the history of that phrase, we've seen titans of the streaming industry come and go, right? The first time was when Demon Mama debated Destiny, actually was winning that debate in the first half of at least. And you know, I think afterwards she mentioned something about, like, you know, him as like a fallen titan or something like that. And you know, he didn't fall then. All right, Destiny definitely got the better of Demon Mama in that controversy. She got like massive harassment in fact, a lot of the harassment that she ever faced just originates at the point where she at least beats Destiny in part of a debate. I'll give her that, right? But then, you know, then we did really see Vosh fall from grace. And then after that, yeah, Destiny himself. Yeah, we've seen a number of Titans fall. And Ethan Klein, you know, it's hard to remember. Some people don't. Oh my God, look at that. Ethan Klein used to get 50,000 people in chat. You know how Hassan usually has like 30,000, like on a good day, sometimes even more if there's something really big going on in the news, right? Ethan Klein used to get, you know, used to mog Hassan's viewership. Now it's kind of the other way around. A lot of Titan talk. Yeah, it really is, right? Attack of the Titan. You know that show that you kids watch? Attack of the Titan. What's that other one that you watch? What is it called? Jujutsu Kaisen? And the Chainsaw Men. You also like to watch the Chainsaw Men. Anyway, chat, just a little callback from earlier. Huckleberry Finn helped Jim escape slavery, and they traveled down the Mississippi River together. Now I'm imagining a fucking Mark Twain version of Ethan Klein. Like Ethan Klein with a white plantation owner suit on, and just like, I don't know, he's like the guy from the... Have you ever seen... Anybody know this? There's a small book called How to Speak Southern. It's important that it says Southern and not Southern, because everything in that book is like from a Southern perspective. But there's a dude, it's a classic guy sipping a mint julep on a veranda in the South. It's that image that I now have of Ethan Klein. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the 5 community subs and getting us on that hype train. We're on a hype train right now. If you want to jump on with Omega Star, the prize is that you get you get a conductor's badge, I think. And then if we unlock any extra emotes, you get the emotes too. So looks like Bagel Hole, you just got jellyfished. Cat with bread, not bread with cat, not the cat sandwich, but anyway, you just got jellyfished. Ryder Ghost, you just got jellyfish. Breaky Time, sorry, not Tim. You just got jellyfish. And Skoshar, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Trying to imagine other ways, or S Koshar, or there's probably a few different ways that could be pronounced, but either way, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. I guess we are at what, 83? Is that right? Are we at 83 now? I think so. We're closing in on that bonus content. I gotta remember to show you we gotta watch the One Piece thing, because I owe you that from yesterday. I'll leave time for that. How about this? I'll leave time for that before we get into the whatever bonus content we end up with today.
Just eating and raping like a lot of kids.
Yeah, Patrice Wilson.
Yeah, that was funny. That guy's definitely a pedophile.
Well, it was.
See, like, I know he doesn't mean it. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but it's still probably not a great joke to me. Like, I wouldn't want somebody to make this joke about, like, me or, like, a friend of mine or like, a family member or somebody. Like, you know what I mean? It's not... Joel with the 5 gift subs. So we got some more jellyfish in chat. I can't even remember chat. Somebody remind me what the fuck, where did Ethan go into like life on the Mississippi mode? Where did he get that? Kitsune Cavalier, you just got jellyfished. Wait, did I read that one? Oh, that happened earlier. Wait. Oh, that's okay, wait. Okay, that's okay. So that happened. Yeah, thank you for that gift sub to Kitsune Cavalier, Omega Star. And then here are Joel's gift subs. Bodyguard, you just got jellyfished. Hermit Munster, you just got jellyfished. Magentaro Sarid. Wait, I got Magenta Rose. Magenta Rosed? We're Magenta Rose Red. I got it. Oh my god. I got your name right. It only took me like 6 tries. Doom Nukem. Oh wait, Doom Nukem. That's like Duke Nukem, I think. You just got jellyfished, and Mandine Man, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing. Okay, well, we're keeping that hype train going, it looks like. Unlocking random emojis. Sounds like fun. Now, calling people a pedophile, even if you're joking about them. And also, look, there's something extra gross about this. Like, even if we, like, allow the edgy humor, okay, you know, I mean, there's a whole thing with humor, right? That the more edgy that you want to go, the funnier your joke needs to be to justify that, right? And I'm not saying that, like, you could, like, I'm not trying to hypothesize, like, justifying, like, racism or, you know, anything like that, right? But the problem with Ethan's joke is it's not very funny, and it's got, like, a real weird, like, racist... I mean, he injects the racism into it, right? It's not even just me noticing Ethan saying this about a black guy. It's like the way that Ethan talks about a big black man and a little tiny 8-year-old white girl, right? The way that Ethan sees this is just injected with that shit. So, god damn, it's taking me forever to get through this clip. Let me...
Just one video, you don't know.
What? Just one video? Ela, this is Patrice Wilson we're talking about. This is not something that someone just does once. If we went to his YouTube channel right now, I guarantee we click one random video and he's gonna be on the ground, rolling around, touching and tickling with a little girl, dude. Are you...
Fuck! Why? I'm sorry, but the only reason that edgy jokes like that have like that as a topic can be funny is because there's some distance between the audience and the reality of what you're talking about, right? In other words, it's only maybe funny in the abstract. And it's also, let me pay, you know, like, if you got molested when you were young, it's not funny, right? You know, even when somebody does successfully deploy a joke that has this as its subject material and you know, it keeps it abstract enough where you're not just like literally imagining that scenario, you probably maybe are imagining that scenario because that's how trauma fucking works, right? So yeah, there's even an argument to be made that maybe this is like never appropriate. Maybe the separation that I'm talking about that is employed when, like, I don't know, Rick and Morty, what did they have a joke about who's the jelly bean in the bathroom, like is implied to have touched Morty in an inappropriate way. Like, they literally have it in there, and that's one of the episodes that makes me sick every time I see it. I actually can't, because it's a little too real. And also, yeah, I don't know, maybe this isn't great. Maybe this isn't great material, but at the very least, no, Ethan is nowhere close to funny enough to justify something that edgy. And oh my god, why does he have to like? Oh my god, what am I watching? What the fuck? Who is this guy? Like, this is what I mean, chat. I want everybody in the world to come watch my live stream right now and just tell me, like, this is real or not, because it doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like something too fucked up to be real. It seems like I'm the one maybe hallucinating, and maybe he never said any of that shit. Because I just can't imagine anybody being like, no, you know what? Not only am I going to say this shit, I'm going to record it on a video. And then after I watch the video, I'm going to edit the video. I'm going to upload it to YouTube. I'm going to do the checks to make sure it doesn't get copyright claimed. I'm going to do all the things. I'm going to fill out all the little shit on the back end that you have to do with YouTube, right? At any of those points, there was never a thought of Ethan being like, maybe I shouldn't upload this, right? Ela and me find this funny. But are people that have experienced this shit in real life gonna find it funny? Or might somebody view this and think that I might be a little racist? Like, it just never crosses his mind. Never fucking crosses his mind. He is an unrepentant edgelord. And you make fun of Taylor Lorenz for, you know, delving into drama on the internet when she's like your age, you know? But what about you? What about you not outgrowing, even as a fucking father, not outgrowing your edgelord past? Yeah, this is fucked up shit. Which page Christy video is that from? I might have to watch. I need to make sure I'm following. Because I mean that's pretty on point for refuting what he's saying here. Okay, so is this the 20 hours ago? No, this isn't the first one. Yeah, I already read this one. Okay, so this actually looks like Yeet, but it's not. It's Skeet. This is the
I think makeup's a racket. I don't want to say con, but it's like a sleazy business.
Today, I'm very excited to do a full walkthrough of our first ever collection of products of Teddy Glow.
Teddy Glow. People have been asking for prices. They cost like 20 cents to make. They charge you $50. You don't need to be James Charles. No. You don't have to have sex with minors.
Well,
to be good at makeup looks. Although apparently it helps.
Eyeliner.
You do have to have a Reddit account called Pedotroll.
With micellar water, and that allows you to correct mistakes, or you can even use it creatively to create negative space.
Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, micellar water doesn't quite work like that.
You can even use it creatively to create negative space if you're doing some kind of like graphic look.
Okay, no, best case interpretation of this. She's showing the very end of the process of her creating negative space, as she says on the I'm assuming that's it looks like a Disney logo, chat, but I'm assuming it's a Teddy Fresh logo.
And you want to do something like that. You basically get 2-in-1 here.
Wait, what is up with that? What's show the eraser being used for real? Okay, this is from Reddit, right? People were telling me about this. Okay, let's try to read this. I'm a massive fan of y'all, but I just want to say it looks like the part that was erased was already erased before the eraser tip went over that spot. Can you show another video of you using the eraser? Oh yeah, because the whole thing about that, like, I love the fact that you got a tip that's like got micellar water, right? I use micellar water to take off my makeup. I think it's pretty good, but it's not magic. Like I was saying, you can't exactly, I don't think you could use it like a paintbrush. And anytime you use it, there's gonna be streaks coming off of it, right? It doesn't quite, you know, it's not like an eraser, in other words, right? Well, it's a dissolver. It dissolves, you know, especially like things like eyeliner, foundation, and eyeshadow, and then, you know, with enough rubbing and scrubbing, it'll come off on a cotton pad or a cotton ball or one of those little triangle things if you use those, like whatever you're using, basically. But no, it doesn't just like, you don't just like dab something with micellar water and it disappears. That's not how it works. Anyway, sorry, chat. I had to get on my makeup box there. I had to get on my caboodle, right? To like, I don't have a lot of makeup tips. As you can tell, I don't really wear a lot of makeup, but maybe I should wear more. But I do know that I can tell you that micellar water, while being really fucking useful and really fucking great, it's not magic. Also a Magic fan, and I also came here to say this. I don't love when beauty brands do that. So this is a beauty brand faux pas then. This is a beauty brand sin, it sounds like. And I don't want any ammo. So these are fans of Ela's, fans of H3, that they're just like, you know what, sweetie, it's a bad look. And I don't want you to, you know, get criticism for this. Damn, I noticed this too, and I didn't want to be the only one to say something. Not snark ammo. If you see this, everyone sees it. It's the truth. Yeah. Show the eraser being used for real. We can tell it's fake. Love you guys, but there's no way that eraser works that well. It's pretty much proven. The fact you kind of gotta, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't, you know, create negative space in like a design. I mean, I don't use eyeliner. Like, I'm trying to think of what kind of look are we doing here where we're making drawings in eyeliner, right? It's, you know, pretty specific use case maybe.
With this product.
So are you just cleaning the edge? I see.
This is one of my favorite things ever. Literally, because
it's hard to see because it's not super close up. You guys have product demos? Yeah. I'm in the wrong business. I gotta start selling Cooper Trooper makeup. Why is Kylie Jenner a billionaire? I'm pissed that I'm not making that much money.
Yeah, I'm really into it.
Yeah, that's what Ethan needs, is more money. Do more lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you were so late to the game.
I don't know either.
I mean, seriously, how much do girls spend on makeup every month?
I don't even know.
Okay, I do not approve of that smooth transition.
And a lot of girls, they slap it on.
Slap it on? They slap it on? What is he saying? The models who were featured on the Teddy Fresh makeup promo have publicly disavowed Ethan and Ela and their support for... Oh, so they didn't know what they were getting into at all, it sounds like. I saw somebody mention that earlier. Yo, Omega Star with the final countdown. Oh no, we're at 2 minutes. Sorry, I should have let you know that the goal is expiring. We're at 6 out of 10. We're at 118, 6 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. So if you're a butterfly enjoyer, got very short amount of time to make this butterfly a reality for today. So if you want to see that, make with the super chats. This is your last chance. What am I? Okay, I got to change this to 118 here. So we're definitely doing some bonus content. I will make sure to leave some time for both the last stream's bonus content and whatever bonus content we choose for this stream, which it looks like we're going to do at least one topic right now. Dim's Cave is ahead, if I'm not mistaken. Dim's Cave. We're in that cave with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Like a bunch of spelunkers, right? We're in the cave with the Dems. Anyway, that's at 43%. Second place is Tucker versus Shapiro. That's the Cavernacle video. I should have titled this The End of Shapiro, because that's what Cavernacle... Burr Brain? Wait, is that a Italian brain rot reference? I can't tell. I can't tell if you're implying Berber Patapine, but if you are, trallalero tralala.
Slop it on. 2 years, guys, in the making.
Wait, what is this? It's brought to my attention that the brand owner... Okay, so this is what Rave was just talking about. Oh, also, Rave, I got your message the other day about the legal stuff. I didn't have time to... I was like busy at the time. I meant to look at it again, but it sounded interesting. I'm disgusted at, to say the least, when I present... Okay. The makeup brand I modeled is in support of Israel. I am disgusted to say the least. I'm disgusted to say the least. When I was presented this job, I had no knowledge of this. Would have said no otherwise. I've wanted to be vocal about my support for Palestine and all the oppressed and marginalized groups under an oppressive system. I know where my heart and core values lie. All photos have been deleted off my page. I do not align myself with the brand. One mistake doesn't determine my entire identity nor heart, but moving forward, I will be more diligent with the brands that I work with. Yeah. Okay, what is this? Hila tries to mock iDubbbz for... So that, I think, is at least one of the models that's distanced themselves from Teddy Fresh. SpongeBob music? Okay, don't want to get sued for that. All right, what are we talking shit about iDubbbz again?
Speaking of emotional dumping ground, he's been dumping a lot of personal information that I don't think he should lately.
What's he talking about?
Him and Anissa talked about how he poops by sitting on the toilet with his feet on the toilet seat, like standing on the toilet.
Why?
Yeah.
Does he miss sometimes? That seems dangerous.
It does seem dangerous.
Well,
I don't know. I feel like it's too much information.
Anyway.
Like, we don't need to know all that.
Listen, I've never seen anything like what we're seeing.
I gotta wait. I'm sorry.
Like...
I'm sorry. I gotta say, I think they're lying about iDubbbz here. Now look, I don't know about the whole iDubbbz Ethan thing, and anytime I get into this, it just seems like more trouble than it's worth. But I do want to say that, you know, Ethan's describing iDubbbz as perching on the toilet like a gargoyle. You know what I'm talking about, chat? Like a gargoyle on the building. It's like in a squat. You know, like on the, you know what I'm talking about? Like a gargoyle. Like that's what he's saying. I don't think that like squatty potty. Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about. It sounds like they use a squatty potty, maybe because iDubbbz. So iDubbbz has been pretty open, I guess, about like some digestive issues that he has, and Ethan will never let him forget about it. Yeah, there's a thing called a squatty potty. Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about. Yeah, the real method and the whole reason for this is that like there was some study a long time ago. I don't know, maybe it's discredited. I can't speak to the truth of whether this is you know, effective, you know, whether this helps you at all or not, but there's some study that people that squat to poop get more poop out, right? And that if you don't squat, maybe there's some poop that remains stuck or that like doesn't come out. So if you want to squeeze all of the toothpaste out of the toothpaste tube, that is your colon. Some people think that you should have a little, what is it? It's like a little stool that goes up to the toilet and it lifts your feet up so it gets it in the position where it's like you were squatting without having to squat, which, you know, I mean, look, a lot of the world, you know, there's, you know, many people that use a toilet that is literally like on the ground and it's just like a little hole and there's a place for your feet to use. And, you know, but I guess the approximation that somebody in marketing came up with to that was to have like a little stool that goes under your toilet and just like raises your legs up. And I don't know, supposedly maybe that does the same thing. I can't vouch for that. Okay, I don't know which is better. I don't know if squatting helps you poop better or not, but apparently iDubbbz and Anissa think so, and that sounds like they're using a squatty potty, right? I don't think that iDubbbz is. You would break your toilet, wouldn't you? If you put all of your weight, you would first of all, you'd probably fall off, right? But you would definitely break your toilet seat at the very least if you put all your weight on, you know, your 2 feet and then you're standing, you're like on nothing but like all, you know, all your weight is there, right? You would definitely break your toilet. I don't think that would work. I think they're lying about how iDubbbz poops, which is a weird lie to tell.
Just the mind of madness, of broke madness.
Oh,
this is like the broken shell.
Speaking of emotional dumping ground, he's been dumping a lot of personal information that I don't think he should lately.
What's he talking about?
Him and Anissa talked about how he poops by sitting.
Okay, so Gato Fumador is saying that Ethan cuts Hila off here because he doesn't want to be called a hypocrite for having overshared about his own pooping habits with a Giardia. I don't know, maybe.
Sitting on the toilet with his feet on the toilet seat, like standing on the toilet.
Why?
Yeah.
Does he miss sometimes? That seems dangerous.
It does seem dangerous.
Well,
I don't know. I feel like it's too much information.
Anyway,
Like, we don't need to know all that.
listen, I've never seen anything like what we're seeing unfold with Ian and Anissa. It's truly like just.
Yeah, he wants to move on from that. I don't know. The last one where Ethan Klein acts as if he's not sure about his claim Taylor Lorenz runs my account. Oh, yeah, it's a reference to Cruel World Happy Mind video about him. It seems like the thing that upsets Ethan... Okay, what is this?
Immediately saw massive success. Much of its apparel would sell out shortly after dropping, and the line reflects Ila's own personal style. While in the past I would certainly commend Ila for having a very creative style, often some of the outfit ensembles that Ila chooses feels very childlike, with also Teddy Fresh having a little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know, maybe it's interesting.
So can you explain to me what's interesting about... By the way,
I think we saw this one already. Okay, the last one where Ethan Klein acts as if he's not serious about his claim. We did see him post to that effect on Instagram. Subreddit is still melting down over the Cruel World Happy Mind expose. Maybe we should watch it. I don't know. See if we have time. I don't want to come across as snobby or condescending. Understand that it might, however, it's driving me crazy that she claims to be objectively reporting on this. It's clear she never had any education on how to do so. I thought it was telling that she was talking about her educational background. She did online homeschool. Oh God, wasn't girl with a mic trying to dox her school or something? I don't know. I'm asking, I'm not saying. To be clear, I just thought I heard something about that. To be clear, homeschool online does not automatic. Okay, so that's what they're trying to avoid, sounding elitist about homeschool. Okay.
They have like longevity. You got to take the long
Let's
view
see.
on those.
It's once a year. Come on.
Exactly, and it's,
yeah, but
it's tradition at this
nobody
point.
cares.
Well, I don't.
Was a big one for us. Put a lot of effort into it. Spent a little pretty penny. Had lots
True.
of editing.
The payoff was worth it, though. It came together really, really nicely. I think it's.
What are they talking about?
People don't. I'm getting kind of tired of spending a bunch of money and then literally like nobody watching it.
You always say that after
But
the
it's
Halloween
true.
But the Halloween episodes, they have like longevity. You got to take the long.
I mean, look, this is what happens when you make your fucking brand about fuck Hassan, right? You want to do something that's like, yay Ethan, yay crew. Nobody gives a fuck. Ethan, you drove out your old audience. You drove out anyone in your audience that didn't align with your, with your perspective on Israel after October 7th, right? And so all you're left with is DGGers, and guess what? The DGGers don't give a fuck about Ethan Klein, his family, his wife, his dogs, any of that. Nobody cares, right? Your audience wants blood, and when the blood dries up, your audience is gone. They're watching Nicholas Diorio. Ethan, you're a Nick orbiter. All right. I mean, it's not exactly true. Obviously, Ethan's got more concurrence than Diorio does, but yeah, you're basically subsisting off of Nick's audience, right? Okay, that's the thirst trap thing. I don't know if we want to watch that. They're gonna complain about Hassan's Hassan reposting people doing fan edits, right? Like that it's Hassan being narcissistic, not him trying to throw a bone to some of his most dedicated fans. I mean, Ethan Klein says that 3 of the 4 models have dropped Teddy Glow after doing the photo shoot with a makeup brand. Not usually the tenor of a Yeet tweet, but I'll take it. I mean, it's not like it. If that's their makeup, I guess it looks cool. But yeah, these models no longer want to be associated with it. Okay, so this is another model. I'm assuming, although I'm proud of the looks I contributed to this campaign, it's unfortunate to hear about the brand owner and her support of Israel. If I'd known, it would have been a hard pass. A friend brought me on as an assistant for the new makeup brand. Then that was that. Disappointed to say the least. What a waste of what does it say? Sickening makeup? No, wait, it doesn't say sickening makeup, does it? I can't read that last word, but it kind of looks like sickening. There's no way it says waste of sickening makeup. I don't know. I can't tell what they said. What is this? Is this another one of the models? Okay, so yeah, there's three models, 3 disavowals, right? As much as they like to say that Hassan was turned away from the Zoran Mamdani, there was some kind of like upstairs to the Mamdani event that Hassan tried to get into, but apparently it was family only. So they're trying to make it a big deal that like, oh my God, they wouldn't let Hassan in. They don't really want him there. It's like, if they didn't want him there, he wouldn't have been let into the party. And to those shredding my character as who I am and everything I've accomplished has all boiled down to... Wait, so these models are actually getting shit on. Like they're getting blowback for having done a Teddy Glow photo shoot, and they're, hey, I didn't sign up for this. Boiled down to this moment, and suddenly I lack morals and integrity. We're in a whole ass recession. When I get booked, I take it unless I know the tea, because I need to survive. But for real, I don't keep tabs on every single person I come into contact with. That sounds exhausting. Those who know me know the real me, and that's all that will ever matter. All right, so there's a third disavowal. A third disavowal has hit the Teddy Glow Trade Center. The follow-up to her expose on Ethan Klein, YouTuber, Cruel World, Happy Mind. This is from October 29th. Talks about being brigaded. Yeah, they by the fan base, the toxicity of their cult-like behavior, and the aforementioned attempt to dox her school, which I'm told came from Girl with a Microphone, but I'm not 100% on that, so don't take that to the bank. Don't put that in the bank.
هل أنا معادي للسامية؟ لا، هذا غير صحيح، غلط. أنا لست معادي للسامية، والجميع يتداول الافتراءات من بعد أيثان كلاين. عندما تحدث أيثان كلاين فالجميع أصبح يتداول المنشورات ويقول أنت إرهابي، أنت معادي للسامية. هذا غير صحيح. أنا غير معادي لليهود، لست معادي لليهود ولست معادي لأحد. أنا مع القضية الفلسطينية فقط. هذا أول شيء. ثاني شيء، أيثان كلاين قال أنت حوثي. أنا في جميع المقابلات قلت أنا مواطن يمني واقف مع القضية الفلسطينية ولست حوثي. أما بالنسبة لسفينة جالاكسي ليدر فالجميع ذهب إلى السفينة وكان الجميع يستطيع الصعود على متن السفينة، ولكن أيثان كلاين بسبب وصفه لي بالإرهابي تسبب لي بكثير من المشاكل. ربما كنت سأتعرض للقصف من إسرائيل لأن أيثان كلاين وصفني بالإرهابي والجميع صدق، حتى الذكاء الاصطناعي صدق كلام أيثان كلاين. هل أنا معادي للسامية؟
What was that last part about?
غلط. أنا لست معادي للسامية، والجميع يتداول الافتراءات من بعد أيثان كلاين. عندما تحدث أيثان كلاين فالجميع أصبح يتداول المنشورات ويقول أنت
What is this last part?
صدق كلام إيثان كلاين. هل أنا معدي للسامية؟ والجميع صدق حتى الذكاء الاصطناعي.
Okay, I get it. What he's saying is that the lies about him are so widespread that they're showing up on chatbots like Grok, not necessarily Grok itself, but like Grok, Gemini, ChatGPT, right? And since a lot of people, if they don't know, like, you know, who is Rashid, will type in that to an AI program, right? A lot of people are going to hear this guy's a Houthi terrorist who's anti-Semitic. In actuality, he's none of those things. He's none of those things, right? So, and he's apparently suing Ethan Klein. So I hope that lawsuit goes well for him. Seems like he has been impacted in a profoundly negative way by Ethan Klein, and yeah, you know, potentially even puts his life at danger with claims like that. Oh God. Okay. Okay, so she did repost that. Do not run the account. Okay, so this is is this the original accusation? Ethan's quoting the Ethan's Attic account. Obsessed loser Ethan Klein releases his 4th video about Hassan Hiker in the last month. He's claiming, 4 videos in 1 month makes me obsessed. Taylor, you've tweeted. Is this the first time he just and I don't think, it doesn't seem like there's any proof. He's just, but Chad, this is the whole thing. If there's an anonymous you might as well say Ethan's Attic is me or anybody, just like any random chatter. Like you could just as likely be Ethan's Attic as Taylor Lorenz, right? It's an anonymous account, meaning we don't know who's behind it. And so you could make this accusation at literally anyone, and it has about the same value, which should be 0, but unfortunately on the internet with the polarization of fandoms and such, some people are gonna straight up eat this slop that Ethan's serving. Okay, your name is about me. You eat, breathe, and sleep me. Every second of the day, you're consumed with thought about me. I am your entire life, apparently your only purpose in life. I've never, and it's weird because I don't think there's that many individuals out there that will embody this kind of obsessive jealousy, say to somebody like Hassan, and then turn around and gaslight, oh no, the people criticizing me for being obsessed, they're the ones that are being obsessed. Because again, most of us have some sense of shame. Ethan Klein, potentially born without shame, potentially does not have those inhibitions that most of us share, where we'd be embarrassed to make accusations that implicate us more than the people that we're attacking. But there are some people out there that are built like that, and you could probably read about them in an abnormal psych text. I will say no more. Because I left that book behind in Seattle. Anyway, sure, Taylor, keep telling yourself that. Every night you lay in your bed, think back on your day. Do you feel sad? This whole life is just me. I don't think Taylor should have responded to any of this, right? The only thing that she needs to say is that, like, I don't have the time in a fucking day. There are not enough hours in the day for me to make an account about Ethan Klein. Is this the where it originates though? I'm trying to get back to like kind of the beginning of this, then we can jump into some Ethan videos themselves, and it'll give me a great chance to munch on some. Yeah, we're all Taylor Lorenz. That's what the consensus seems to be, chat. We are all Taylor Lorenz because they're for a fortune, I guess. Okay, so yeah, a whole thread about this. I don't know. I think that a lot of people, it's very easy to overestimate the need, how much pushback is needed on a disingenuous accusation like this, right? I know some people probably could make the opposite mistake and not address this kind of thing at all. But there is like a balance, and most people will overreact to something like this, right? And actually end up blowing up the allegations more than they would otherwise be, because this is a pretty, I mean, like saying somebody's an alt account, it's too many people making that accusation for it to really be taken seriously most of the time. Anyway, generally I can't understand how brain dead you have to be to think that I have the will or time to run a whole account dedicated to Ethan Klein. I'm a working journalist. I don't even know who runs the Ethan is Attic account. It's a random anon account. I've retweeted it before, that's all. Since H3 fans won't stop harassing me, I want to reiterate that I have zero to do with this account. Here is the entirety of my communication. Oh, with that page. This is Taylor talking to Ethan's Addict. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay. All right, so this is Taylor talking to Ethan's Addict. Hello, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind me changing my profile pic to an image I've made of my current profile pic. Wait, sorry. Is this from... Okay, Ethan's Attic. It's from or to. I always forget which is gray and blue. If you wouldn't mind me changing my profile image to a pic of an image I've made of my current profile pic, sort of merged with yours as a joke. Oh, this is Taylor asking on Wednesday, October. So wait, he must have made the accusation way back then. This is Taylor. Probably changed it back in a week or two, if not, or maybe that's Ethan. I can't tell if it's Ethan's Addict reaching out to Taylor or the other way around. Thursday, I'm gonna do it anyway. If you'd like me to change it immediately, just let me know. I apologize in advance if it offends you. Oh shoot, sorry, I don't check my DMs. I'm thinking that's Taylor in the blue. It doesn't offend, yeah, because the blue is you, okay. It doesn't offend me. I definitely prefer if you didn't use my face because I'm worried it will only confirm Ethan's fans' paranoid delusions that I have something to do with your account. So I'd love if you could just keep your normal PFP. It's your account, and I don't want to say what you should and shouldn't do, but it kind of makes me feel weird. Okay, so she's like, she's a no. Really appreciate you asking. I hope that's okay. Is it okay? Yes, it is. No worries. I totally understand and have already changed it back. Sorry for any worry I might have caused you. And please know that if you'd ever like me to stop covering Ethan's post directed at you, if you believe that that would help, or to remove any content involving you, I'd be happy to do so. She's responding with a heart to these. Sorry to bother you, but one more thing. A follower of mine says they've acquired evidence that Ethan and his lawyer are purposely trying to lose a motion to quash in their efforts to subpoena Reddit and Discord names of the snark mods. Wait. So there, wow, this is new. I thought the motion to quash was from the mods. Ethan and his lawyer trying to purposely lose a motion to quash in their efforts to subpoena. Yeah, I don't know what this motion is about. So they say this because they've yet to hide evidence that would be revealed in Discovery. She wanted to know if you'd be interested in the information. She did not give me any details. If they intend to release the information themselves. If not, they're gonna, intend to release the information themselves. Again, sorry to bother you. Taylor responding, no, please, it's all good. I really appreciate you documenting what he posts about me because I have him blocked. That's responding to that. Would you like me to stop talking about you? She says no. Second one, about the follower that has the information. I don't totally understand what they're attempting to reveal. But tell them they're welcome to send me whatever they want at, here's her email for UserMag, and I'd be happy to take a look. Oh, okay, and there's her asking if it's okay if she shares the this that we're looking at, and Ethan's addict says, of course. So, Taylor Lorenz, is she talking to herself in chat, in DMs? She DMing back and forth with herself, or is this? Look at the 7% battery. She's definitely a power user there. But anyway, power user is what her like podcast or something. Ethan now has his drama slot. Okay, so we've read this one. He's a man in his 40s with kids. He ignores them all weekend to rant about me and other women. I never spoke to Cruel World Happy Mind once before. Okay, so this is Taylor Lorenz. In case it needed to be said, which I don't think it does, and, you know, I would ignore this shit if I was her, but she is officially denying the being behind the Cruel World Happy Mind video. Never spoke to CWHM before she made her video. Ethan knows this because he's been harassing and abusing her to nonstop. He needs psychological help for his delusion. It's sick. He's a bad guy. Like, even in his own head, he's got to be the bad guy. All right, there we go. I think we kind of got to the bottom of it. The only other thing to do maybe is, and I kind of don't want to do this because I know that these accounts tend to post a lot. So it's going to be a little bit of a slog to get to the first November 7th. It's got to go. It sounds like it, like the DM started on what, October the 22nd. So I'm thinking that a lot of IDF attacks are done completely autonomously, mostly in Gaza, but also in Lebanon. Oh, talking about drones and stuff. The whole suit is a fucking mess. Yeah, it really is. Somebody should do a Come to Daddy Aphex Twin. That was the idea behind the thumbnail, kind of, right? You know, the Taylor Lorenz as a vengeful wraith from beyond. She's in the walls. She's in the walls, Ethan. Imagine being a multi-millionaire and being like this. Yeah. And like he like, also, wouldn't he have more money if he hadn't like poked the bear with Ryan Kavanaugh? Didn't he like lose a lot of money to that Kavanaugh lawsuit? So it's not like Ethan's not like some guy that, like, you know, went to the casino and had a big win, and for that reason he feels like he's an all-star and he could do no wrong. No, he went to the casino. I mean, he had, I guess, a win, you know, with Matt Haas. But since then, it's not gone well for him, especially the Kavanaugh thing, right? I can't emphasize enough how badly the Kavanaugh case went for him, especially considering the amount of shit that he talked about Ryan Kavanaugh. I don't know much about Cruel World Happy Mind stuff, but I just looked at the comments on her apology video, and they're like genuinely sickening. Yeah, she got, and you got to understand, anytime that it's like a Ethan Klein, Hassan kind of thing, right? You're not just gonna get H3 fans, which you will, right? There's a startling number of them that have no life and that will, you know, they're acting like 4chan right now. I'll be real, right? This is like, you know, 4chan. I don't know. Take your pick on the board, right? But you know, this is like this is the kind of behavior that would get a 4chan board removed, honestly. But yeah, there is that. But just understand that when Dan Saltman's involved, right, you're gonna have bots. I'm not saying that Dan controls an army of bots or anything like that. I'm not saying that he spends a substantial portion of his income in running these, like, you know, fucking AstroTurf internet operations. But I'm also not saying those things either. So yeah. Cav was caught up in WikiLeaks? Oh, I didn't know about that. But anyway, I just want to see if Ethan's community have been doing, they've been photoshopping her into pictures of Auschwitz. That's fucked up. Trying to get her dropped by her sponsor. Wait, here's a piece of fiction by content creator Ethan Klein has been promoting recently and whom he just defended on Instagram. Wait, what? It devolves into softcore CCM? No thank you. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh god, is this girl with a microphone? Yeah, okay, so I've mentioned this name before. We haven't really gotten into this person because I just have the feeling that if we did, I don't know where it would end. You know, this is a somebody that Ethan has propped up as his like defender, I guess, and is promoting to try to get his side of the story covered more. Basically, you know, she's like a Timu Diorio or something, I guess. I don't really know that much about her, to be honest, but what I do know about her is that she likes to call people the F slur. Now, full disclosure, from my understanding, girl with a microphone is queer, right? And you know, there's a certain like, you know, grace extended to queer people or marginalized people that are trying to reclaim a slur that's been used at them. However, that's not the slur that, you know, that girl with a microphone would be getting, right? That's a slur that affects a different group of people. And in addition to that, and I've had to fucking explain this, going back to like Keffels, right? Keffels love to do this shit where she would reclaim a slur. Now, what is that? You know, if you wanted to reclaim like the T slur or something like that, you know, somebody like says, you know, T slurs always do such and such, and you say not this T slur or something like that, right? That's reclamation, right? Like take the N word, right? That the one of the only slurs to be successfully reclaimed. Although you could probably argue that queer is another example, right? But yeah, when you say queer, we're not calling like, I don't know, JD Vance that, right? Even though, you know, people do comment on his eyeliner, and that is, you know, something that's a homophobe might throw at him. You know, people in the LGBT community, people that are their allies, they don't generally like, you know, call somebody the slur as a derisive term. It's not used as a pejorative. That's exactly what girl with the microphone is doing here. But and then trying to be like, oh, I got my LGBT card. It's okay. You can't come at me. I can call everybody the F slur if I want to, because I've got the pass. That's not how it works, bitch. That's never been how it works. Anyway, it's literally the one fun fact I know about girl with a microphone is that apparently likes to call people the F slur. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's any like bottom to this rabbit hole. Where are we at? November 4th. Let's see. Let's try tail. Will this work? There seems to be a little gap. He's not called, there's no mention of Taylor Lorenz in, we're back to November 2nd. I'm just trying to see if we can find the initial accusation. Those DMs between Taylor and Ethan's attic, they seem to have started on the 22nd. So I'll roll it back to October 22nd. Just to like, see if we can find... Wait, there's a picture of Taylor. Oh, that's more photoshopping CWHM into Nazi stuff. Okay, I'm just trying to get back to October 22nd here. Where did he get that picture? Jesus Christ. It's pretty obvious what you're doing there, Ethan. When you like, or I mean, that's on his that's on the Reddit. Jesus Christ. And the thing is, this is his, I'm sorry, but the way that they're depicting her is pretty reflective of Ethan's actual demographic from my understanding, right? Like when you're doing like women of a certain age content, there's strays that are going to hit your own audience. And I hope they unsubscribe. Because honestly, they shouldn't have to put up with your shit. Okay, this is about Taylor. Ethan Klein's childlike attempt to pretend to care is so thinly veiled. You should seriously question his motives. What? Taylor's working overtime on how to blame Imaru? I don't get it. 40-year-old young woman. Okay, that's, wow. That's kind of stretching. All right, we're at the 25th. We're trying to get to the 22nd, chat. Oh, God. I mean, we saw this, didn't we?
Okay, hold on. You guys, this might surprise you. I spilled water on my laptop before the show. Like a whole cup of it.
Wait, do you have a live interview right now?
Oh, Taylor. Oh, shit. Taylor, okay, I wasn't prepared for this.
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
So Taylor, now that since I have you here,
Yeah.
do you think that your interview with Dan Clancy went hard enough on him?
Dan.
That's it? You have anything else?
The other thing with Hassan, he's unreasonably good looking and like cool and dresses cool. But you know what I mean? Like Hassan.
I'm sorry, it's too pathetic to it's too much of a pathetic attempt at humor to even entertain. Ethan sucks. All right, we're at 24th. 24th. Dude, talking about Ludwig. Okay, here's retweeting, splicing old clips of the Me on the I've Had It podcast to make a fake interview. Okay, so that's what that was. After I declined to appear on his show, yeah. What is this?
That's H3 coming at you live. Owen Cook, who we love. He's one of these iconic alpha males who is just extremely just
get to the point.
I gotta refresh on what's happening.
Get to the point, Ethan.
Never ever do it. It is death.
Okay, hold on. You guys, this might surprise you. I spilled water on my laptop.
Okay, so that's where it comes from. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Do I want to waste time with this?
Do it. Hope that that if you're the last woman on Earth, maybe he'll sleep with you. Not if that's all true. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We're supposed to laugh because even Taylor doesn't think that Hassan would sleep with her, and therefore she's pathetic, I guess. Wow.
Not if that's...
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Okay, yeah. I knew it.
Okay. Hassan's community is imploding. Yeah, that's some rejection right there. There's a low that's a low concurrent count, but it started for, you know, it's early. God. We're gonna have to do some cave tent tonight, chat. I haven't forgotten that we're gonna cover the Democratic cave-in. Okay, October 22nd. Oh God, he's talking about the phone thing, her beef with Jonathan Haidt. I don't have time to get into that tonight. Oh wait, there it is. Wait, AB when he sees Taylor Lorenz repost me. Wait, what is this? Is that Megadeth? Is that Dave Mustaine? I mean, obviously we can't play it, but... Wow. Okay, so October 22nd, it seems that seems to be around the time Ethan Klein announced his intention to watch the entirety of Taylor Lorenz's interview with CEO Dan Clancy. Ethan goes on to say that he knows Taylor wants to sue for copyright infringement. Yesterday, Ethan threatened to sue Taylor. Dan quickly attempts to change the subject. Somewhere around here, chat, is the origin of the claim that Ethan's basement is Taylor Lorenz.
We have a very fun episode. We have one video.
Just one?
Yeah.
The whole show?
Well, I mean,
Is it about chicken
technically,
head?
I guess if we get bored halfway through, we can bail. I'm pretty much like, I'm very interested in. Anyway, we'll be watching Taylor Lorenz's interview with Dan Clancy. And I personally think that it would be very interesting to watch the whole thing so that I can provide proper
Believe actual
and
journalism.
holistic criticism, right? So I'm not going to watch a clip. Like she always says, oh, it's out of context, out of context. So because she wants us to, because everything's always out of context, I'm going to watch the entire clip out of necessity to give her a holistic, full critique.
Okay.
Nice try, Lauren. Taylor, whatever your name is.
Lauren Taylor.
For copyright infringement already. She thinks she's smart. She got nothing on me.
Did she threaten to do that?
I know she wants to.
Okay.
Yeah, don't believe your eyes.
Source? I made it the fuck up.
All right.
Wait, so did he actually watch her video or not? Her interview with Dan Clancy? Reading Taylor Lorenz's response to Senna describes it as Taylor attacking Emeru and her friends. Now Ethan and the crew are just mocking Taylor for DMing Ethan when he lies about her. Taylor Lorenz responding, I guess, to this clip. Okay, so this is this is where he said you're talking to yourself, right? Is this the one? Or was it her? Did she show up in the comments? Let's see. Does Taylor show up in the comments of this one? Oh my god, that's an Ethan fan, like, responding to the account as if it's Taylor Lorenz, maybe. We know this is the alt you use to snark on Twitter. You interviewed an expert on copyright 3 months ago? Did you not comprehend the criteria for fair use? You should stop shrieking about misogyny. There it is, chat. There it is. And this is the what's toxic about Ethan's behavior, right? This used to be, like, he's attacking the people that used to be his audience, right? The people that cared about what did Ethan dress up like for Halloween? You know, what was his costume when he went on Frenemies with Trish? You know, the people that care about like actual like Ethan Klein, you know, his interaction with his dogs, him as a person is the audience that he's attacking with this Taylor as a woman, but not a young woman, ha ha ha, if you know what I mean. She's a little bit past her prime, a little bit long in the tooth, ha ha ha. Like, I mean, doing this particular brand of misogyny has got to be fucking poison to Ethan's, what remains of Ethan's original audience. That's wild. Okay, so I'm not seeing, I'm not seeing Taylor. I thought I saw that the first interaction that he quote tweets was Taylor. I thought it was Taylor replying to a post. But yeah, here we see her reposting it. I don't have any money, have money to sue anyone for copyright infringement, as Ethan knows. I'm I'm not a multi-millionaire living in a mansion weaponizing the legal system to punish women. Regardless, I hope he watches my video on Friday, which is entirely about women creator safety. Maybe we should watch that. Maybe that's a good jumping off place. I'm just trying to figure out if we can see items mentions during the content cop. Responding to a tweet by Taylor Lorenz seeming to imply that his lies, insults, and harassment are justified, or criticism. Okay, so we'll watch that. Oh my god, I can't get it to do the thing that I want to. So yeah, he's been crashing out on Taylor a lot, implying that she was endorsing the actions of one brother of Mario. All right, what do you think, chat? Should we dive into her video about Twitch? Yeah, the only thing I can see here is that like Ethan Zadok does list Taylor's Patreon. I guess you could say like people that are there, you know, that want to see Ethan Zadok and Taylor as the same person could.
As they just literally will create hundreds of clips from a single stream, often posting them while the stream is still live.
As live streaming becomes an increasingly dominant form of entertainment, Twitch is at a crossroads. On one hand, the platform is an undeniable powerhouse in the live streaming space. It has evolved from a primarily desktop streaming platform to a mobile streaming app that facilitates hours of just chatting and IRL streams. Soon, you'll even be able to stream to Twitch via Meta's AI Ray-Ban smart glasses. But not everything is rosy. The platform has struggled to effectively monetize, monthly usage has fallen off since 2020 peaks, and it's facing increased competition from TikTok Live and YouTube. The culture on Twitch has also been called toxic and hostile for women creators.
I don't know. What do I do? Click on here to get it to? Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted.
For women creators. Dan Clancy is
so I guess he's using this video to you know, frame Taylor as not supporting Emaru, or for undermining the claim that like TwitchCon and similar environments are a dangerous place for women. Okay, so this is the Dan Clancy interview. Did he do chat? I need some help from you. All right. Did Ethan actually react to the Dan Clancy interview? Because if that's true, we should watch that. But it sounded like he kind of backed out on it. If you know lore, please tell. Wait, me? If I know lore? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was addressing. Yeah, I'm surprised that people haven't like accused like you know, accounts of being Ethan. You can always tell what hurts Ethan's feelings because any claim made about him, i.e. his audience falling apart, he turns back around and makes the claims about others. Segment he's doing is directly against YouTube TOS as both sexual harassment of another streamer and using their likeness. Which one? The one where he's making her like agree with him? Hila went on a whole rant in her Dan Clancy costume, making fun of Imaru's assault. Damn. I feel like it's the natural progression for social media of any kind to fall off post 2200. I can't say the word. 2020. There we go. That's the word. When you couldn't go outside. Oh yeah, as far as Twitch falling off. Well, look, Twitch is Twitch has got some problems. Be the first to admit that. Whether they'll get in front of those problems and but do I have any consensus from chat as far as whether or not Ethan like whether or not he reacted to the Taylor Lorenz Dan Clancy interview? Oh, it's a members only stream. So there's something about this that seems like he feels like he's worried about this content. Segment where he has her video playing, he received a strike previously for it. So maybe potentially, yeah, he seems to have put it behind a paywall. Yeah, it does seem to be a members only video. Keeping my eye on the time. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta really keep... Wait a minute. I might have like misspoke when I said how... Oh my god, what the fuck? Urgh. Okay, chat. Bonus content time. I gotta admit something to you, okay? I leave my main computer on Seattle time. It's not because I haven't moved on from the fact that I don't live in, Seattle anymore or, anything like that. It's mainly because it helps me to see the time in the US, right? Or the time that I'm familiar with, right? To sort of, I like to have a sense of like what time it is that I'm going on in the US. So I leave the computer on, Seattle time, which is, let's see, it is, what would you say, probably 15 hours behind Thai time, right? So it'll be in the AM minus 2 hours, basically, the day before is, and so for that reason, when I said that we had like 5 hours or whatever I said, I lied. I accidentally lied. Yeah, I do have a Thai class tonight, unfortunately. So we're going to have to proceed right to the politics of One Piece and then the Democrats' cave. I think it looks like that's what we're going for.
It's been showing up in...
Anyway, chat, massive apologies. Right, I wanted to give you like one piece of content of Ethan, but instead I just gave you a bunch of Twitter stuff. So hopefully that'll make a decent segment.
Places you'd never expect.
This is sorry, what's going on? Come on.
At least if you don't know anything.
All right, so this is a video by Mother's Basement. Mother's Basement is a huge anime account, one of the better respected ones. I mean, I know this isn't a genre that necessarily everybody in this chat like jibes with, or you know what I mean? Like the Mother's Basement obviously is a reference that people think that anime fans are like they don't have much of a life outside of the anime or whatever. But anyway, this is somebody that's been the first time I ever saw this content creator. He was in a video. Does anybody know who Wooly is? Like, I think it's called like Wooly Plays or something like that. They were talking about JoJo, and like I think what Wooly was trying to explain to one of his other friends like how JoJo's works, and so like the example is like, okay, so you have a stand, right? And they start to think about like, what would be like the worst stand, and they're like, what if a stand gave you that feeling? It stands in JoJo, it's like the power that manifests as a, if you ever watch JoJo, the characters sometimes have these like weird like robot ghost looking creatures standing behind them or floating behind them or something like that. They're called stands. That's the power, how the power system works in JoJo. And so they're explaining like, like what would like, because the stand powers, they're always like oddly specific, right? So like, what if somebody had a stand power to give somebody an ice cream headache? And so you're fighting this guy, and all of a sudden you all get ice cream headaches. You're like, oh, I can't think, I can't do anything. I got an ice cream headache really bad. Like, and they fucking, own you while you're distracted by the ice cream headache. And then somebody else is like, I've got a worse one. All right, my stand would be called the pants shitter, and the power of my stand would be to you would just dump anybody that like comes up against me. They just immediately dump ass in their pants. They just uncontrollably diarrhea all over the place, right? And so they were saying that would be and then somehow Mother's Basement shows up and he's like, "Mwahaha, you have activated the power of my stand." And they're all like, "Oh shit, I feel like I gotta go to the bathroom really bad. I'm not gonna make it." Like, right, they act out getting like attacked by Mother's Basement stand, which is the pants shitter. Let me see if I can find that, because that actually was some really funny shit. Wooly? Wait, not Wally. Wooly. JoJo? Something like that? Wooly versus... I'm trying to remember this. Okay, wait.
Didn't mention it earlier. Just want to take a moment, throw it in here. But I finished Diamond is Unbreakable. I finished episode 4. Yeah, no, that shit's crazy. You need to get on episode 4.
Did they fix the scans?
All the way up until the last volume,
and then it becomes Duang again.
It becomes Duang again.
Well, I can wait a little longer. I've waited this long.
Fine. The last part is not abysmal though. It's actually legible.
Nah.
But no, holy shit, those chapters are a bit crazy. Some of the dudes they introduce, including Matt's favorite, but the guy in the...
Okay, Super Best Friends, Mother's Basement? Mother's Basement. Damn it, I don't know if I'm going to find this. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to find this chat. It exists on the internet somewhere. Anyway, sorry. It's a little sidestep there.
Over the past few months, certain cosplay props been showing up in places you'd never expect, at least if you don't know anything about the anime and manga that it's from. A goofy little caricature of a skull and crossbones and a jaunty little yellow straw hat flying proudly over desperate protests and the flaming wreckage of a nation's capital. There are a few Shonen Jump anime one could say have conquered the world over the years, but none quite so literally as this. From New York to Jakarta, Paris to Palestine, Rome to Kathmandu, One Piece is being adopted the world over as the official manga of protest and revolution. Which must be more than a little confusing to folks who mainly know Luffy as that one guy who was always standing next to Boruto's dad in Bleachigo from, you know, that one anime that's way too long to ever watch it. Meanwhile, those who have watched it are just thinking,
Sniper King, shoot down that flag.
Those pirates just declared war against the world government!
Yeah, sounds about right. So in the interest of clearing up that confusion, and also just because I think it's really cool and fun to talk about, I want to examine some of the political themes that have made One Piece and the Mugiwara flag such lightning rods for radical and revolutionary thought among Gen Z. Though before we can get to that, this video is sponsored by Stella Sora, a classically styled top-down light action adventure RPG with a branching episodic story that'll take you on a thrilling, action-packed journey across the slightly retro fantasy world of Nova, a place where knights wield flip phones, adventurers heal up with drinks out of vending machines, and your local news' eye-in-the-sky chopper is a witch on a broomstick. From your own bird's eye view, you'll guide a team of brave trekkers as they fight through this strange world, your every choice weaving a complex tapestry from their fates. Pick 3 from a vast cast of charmingly designed characters and assign them to main or support roles. Each trekker has 2 distinct skill sets to suit each position, allowing for countless viable combinations. Adapt and experiment to craft bespoke strategies for every challenge you face, or hone the perfect squad to suit your personal playstyle. Either way, the power's in your hands. Along the way, you'll forge lasting bonds with all of your cute, quirky companions, like the new 5-star warrior Chitose, who sees herself as an extension of her own water-bending sword.
Ethical reacts.
Both by fighting alongside them in the field and exchanging messages between battles. And once you're done with story mode, a whole new realm of intense post-game trials and alternate modes awaits, where you can duel the world's best trekkers, dive into bullet hell, or play through endless roguelike battles with ever-changing skill combos in each run. And you can get even more value out of Stella Sora by using the promo code BOSSGIFT for some sweet rewards when you download the game at the link in the doobly-doo. Stella Sora is available now on iOS, Android, and PC.
I can't believe people still say doobly-doo. I used to say that. I don't know. One in chat if you've ever heard me say doobly-doo. Right? It's the description. Now that I use it on a regular basis, I know the proper name, but yeah, the doobly-doo. I still can't find the Super Best Friends episode where Mother's basement hits them all with the pants shitter stand.
Now, with that out of the way, before getting started, we should also probably...
And the greatest thing about this, the stand, and you'll know this if you're a JoJo fan, if you're a true JoJo fan, you'll get the reference, right? The stand takes the form of a pig with its head coming out of a toilet.
Address all the folks who will adamantly insist One Piece isn't political at all. So, yeah, they're just completely wrong, both in the broad everything is political sense that no work of art can fully expunge its own creator's biases and worldview, and the meme sense that it has many queer and racialized characters in it, but also in the more specific sense that Eiichiro...
So yeah, some people don't know about this because like JoJo's, it's one of those animes that the manga started in the 80s. This was when like Arnold Schwarzenegger was a big box office draw, like Sylvester Stallone. Like it was like bodybuilding was starting to become really popular and really visible in like wrestling and in movies and stuff like that. And just like the big obscenely buff guy that's probably on steroids was like a thing, was a meme, right? So you know, JoJo's was sort of part of this. You know, the original characters are just like super yoked, super buff, and the God, why am I talking about JoJo's in a One Piece thing? Anyway, people don't realize that. Wait a minute. Am I watching? I'm so confused, chat. Seriously, why are we talking about JoJo's? He mentioned something. Anyway, despite the fact that, whether anime is political or not, and you know, examples of political elements in anime, and look, it shouldn't be political, but it is because of people, you know, because of like the anti-queer kind of flavor of a lot of the AstroTurf discourse out there, right? JoJo's has a reputation of being associated with like a more, I don't know, it kind of looks like you know, frat kind of culture, because of the big muscly, the big Chad guys, right? But as it goes on, there's more, like as that kind of fad of the big buff guy sort of fades, you see more different characters that are drawn, and a lot of them, you know, are implied to be queer in some way, right? And so, and also another big aspect of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is actually fashion. Fashion is incorporated into it. The creator, the mangaka, is super into fashion. So yeah, it's a little bit misleading. Anyway, that's my 2 cents about
One Piece isn't political at all. So yeah, they're just completely wrong, both in the broad everything is political sense that no work of art can fully expunge its own creator's biases and worldview, and the meme sense that it has many queer and racialized characters in it, but also in the more specific sense that Eiichiro...
I'm sorry, yeah, Mother Space literally was talking about one, I forget, yeah, so One Piece also has quite a lot of queer representation and different aspects too. It's not yeah, like there's many types of character. There's many types of queerness, I guess you could say, that are represented in the pages of the overly extensive One Piece manga and subsequent anime.
Oda has a lot of very strong opinions regarding governments and social issues that he builds most of his story arcs around. Drum Island is explicitly about the evils of privatized and monopolized medicine. The entire East Blue saga is bookended with stories about different scales of police corruption. Skypiea is about colonialism and its ties to the romanticized age of exploration. Fishman Island deals with civil rights and the evils of racial supremacy. Alabasta and Dressrosa both examine from different angles how covert foreign actors can destabilize and subvert sovereign states. Water 7 is about basically the...
So yeah, for somebody that's only watched the Netflix adaptation, in other words, the live action One Piece, Fishman Island is probably the only one of these arcs you're going to recognize. I myself actually haven't seen a lot of the anime, you know, past a certain point. Like I think I started watching One Piece and just never finished it, and there, like, most of it I have not seen, right? But Fishman Island, you know, I would say that from what I've heard, though, the sort of allegory for liberatory struggles, it kind of gets better from there. You know, maybe Fishman Island isn't the best representation of you know, the totality of Oda's views on that sort of thing.
The CIA doing that, and leads directly into a vicious spoof of Japan's guilty until proven innocent court system. Wano explores the pros and cons of open borders with a little side of trans rights. Sabo's backstory is all about how elites divide and conquer through social stratification. Robin's backstory shows how history can be twisted and erased to control political narratives in the Smithsonian. The entire Summit War saga is
right there in the Smithsonian, and then he cuts himself off, right? So yeah, Mother Spaceman is letting us know that we're not even just talking about, like, you know, history or anything like that. Like, this is happening today, right? The kind of shit that gets critiqued in One Piece is the kind of is partly this kind of shit that Trump is pulling right now with his own attempts to erase history. There's a very famous photograph that is often referred to as "scourged back," and it is indeed a photograph of a former slave showing the scars from being whipped and beaten on his back. And this is one of the things that Trump wants to take down, wants to remove from history. Trump and his administration are under the impression that the problem with the way that history is presented is it's overly negative towards America, and maybe just kind of yada-yadaing some shit like chattel slavery would give us a more accurate, forest for the trees portrayal of what American history is really about. But yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the Trump administration, you know that they're not just denying history, they're also repeating some of the darkest elements of our history. The current operation, the current mass deportations campaigns that he's created his own Gestapo for, he's got them in masks, they're unmarked, they're anonymous essentially, is in some ways a rehash of an operation undertaken under the Eisenhower administration, which I would love to tell you the name of this operation, but it's literally an ethnic slur, right? So yeah, Operation Ethnic Slur, and Trump has talked about this as almost as a permission structure for what he's doing right now.
Is about the corruption and politicization of justice itself. Long Ring Longland is about cheating scandals in the Laugh Olympics. It's a very political manga. And when
I'm sorry, I don't get that. Anybody want to explain the Laugh Olympics tie-in to me? What is that? Is that the thing with the guy and his dog, where the dog's always like laughing in a weird, like the evil guy? He's like, "I'll get you," and the dog's like. I don't know. I'm not describing it very well, chat. What is it? Dick Dastardly? Is that the Laugh Olympics?
Dig deeper to look at the underlying narrative connecting those arcs, you find revolutionary politics baked into One Piece and Luffy's very DNA. Literally. Oda keeps a picture of Che Guevara hanging prominently in his studio, and he's based more than one character on his likeness and history, including Monkey D. Luffy's own father, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Now, Luffy himself is not a revolutionary, not consciously anyway. His only political priority is the redistribution of meat. But he is a freedom fighter in the most literal sense of the term, that he will fight anyone who tramples on his or his friend's freedom, which naturally leads to him overthrowing a despot or two, since anyone who shares meat with him is his friend for life. And for that, like many freedom fighters the world over, the dominant global hegemony has branded him a criminal and a terrorist. That hegemony, the world government, isn't a direct allegory for any specific empire, but there are some clear historical parallels. Aesthetically, it borrows a lot from Age of Sail Britain, but the material conditions are a little more modern. A vast network.
So here's the first clue that Mother's Basement is more knowledgeable than he lets on to, right? If you know, you know. But material conditions is a very specific terminology with actually, Marxist roots. So, he's not making this video to like try to, turn anime fans into leftists or anything like that. But to the leftists watching, he sees you. Mother's Basement sees you.
Work of international extortion that drains the resources of subordinate states in exchange for vague promises of protection, while treating the citizens of unallied states as effectively subhuman, killing them for resources or just for the hell of it. A nation literally built on top of a racialized underclass whose slavery was made illegal several years ago on paper, but is still carried out in practice through loopholes in the prison system, ruled by an elite class of late.
That's literally us. That's literally the United States.
Easy, malignant Nepo babies who are treated like gods basically just for existing.
The Trump family, yeah.
And if you so much as think about hurting one of them, they will bring the full weight of the state down on your head faster than you can blink. Though, of course, that last point applies to pretty much every empire, and that is the real point of the world government. The shape of and justifications for authoritarian regimes change from country to country and era to era, but the villainy masquerading as justice is an eternal constant. Justice, alongside freedom, is one of the two thematic pillars of One Piece, and much of the story concerns itself with figuring out what precisely those two words really mean. Every pirate is living a life of freedom, or at least thinks they are, while every marine at least claims to embody justice. But just as each pirate has a very different view of freedom and who should get to enjoy it, every marine uses their own definition of justice to justify their actions, villainous or otherwise. Fujitora, the samurai admiral, practices humane justice, with an emphasis on protecting innocents over attacking criminals. A noble ideal, to be sure, but one that's immediately compromised by the
Yeah, that's right, random 3PO. Why read Marx when you can just watch anime instead?
Company that he keeps. His efforts.
Now, I will point out that right-wingers probably also see themselves in One Piece, like something like the world government just happens to rhyme with a lot of right-wing conspiracy theories. Obviously, American right-wing conspiracy theories. I don't know what kind of conspiracy theories they have in Japan. But yeah, so you will definitely get like right-wingers who not only push back on the idea that One Piece is political in a leftist way, but will try to claim it as their own. And I don't know, see Luffy as a disruptor of sorts, I guess. I don't know how that reading works. Reading Marx's Collect is worse. Oh, actually, you know what? I think Marx would be shorter. Yeah, good point, Shinstra. You actually might get through Capital faster than you'd get through One Piece. I haven't ever tested that. Somebody should test that. That's a video in and of itself, right? Oh my God. Wait, how would that work? I'd have to do both, right? Although Marx's Collected works, maybe that would even, because I'm thinking One Piece is probably like it's gonna take more time
to protect people, mostly just end up mitigating the collateral damage caused by his less humane allies, which is perhaps why he got promoted despite how many criminals he lets get away. It would certainly be a good PR move on the part of Marines, who kind of need him to serve as a counterbalance to the determined justice of Ryokugyu, the cop admiral who seeks to achieve justice by violently subjugating everyone he personally deems to be undeserving of it, which is pretty much anyone who refuses to submit to the authority of—
They read Luffy as a anarcho-capitalist, says Aitor. God, that's so funny. Anybody that looks at Luffy D. Monkey and sees Javier Milei, I gotta question that. I think that if Luffy had a dog that died, I think he'd be really sad. He'd cry, but he wouldn't have the dog cloned, right? He definitely wouldn't make 7 clones of the dog.
Of his gods, the celestial dragons. Such people he doesn't even see as human anymore. Standing between those two extremes is Admiral Kizaru, a fundamentally fickle man whose ideal of justice is unclear. He's a laid-back sort of guy, some might say too laid-back, inquisitive and open, if absent-minded, which makes him a fast friend to Dr. Vegapunk, but he's not particularly decisive, and rather than sorting out the complexities of justice for himself, he'd much prefer to be under orders, which he follows.
Wait, isn't this guy kind of chill? I thought this was the chill guy. Is this a chat? One Piece fans. Is he the chill, what do you call these guys? The Marine? Is he kind of like the chill Marine?
Follows with ruthless efficiency, free of the responsibility of actually passing judgment himself. Though after the events at Egghead, he may no longer be able to cope through the guilt of that. His arc seems to be paralleling that of former Admiral Kuzan, whose motto of lazy justice came about as a result of his old burning sense of justice being quenched by the atrocities at Ohara, to the point you can scarcely call it justice justice at all. It's clear that he quit the Marines in his heart long before turning in his official resignation, and without that ideal, it's really no wonder that he ends up siding with the Blackbeard pirates after leaving,
How did I not notice this? Wait, chat.
of justice being quenched.
Okay, not in every picture, but there's certain like angles of this guy that he looks a lot like Hassan.
By the atrocities at O'Hara, to the point you can scarcely call it justice at all. It's clear that he quit the Marines in his heart long before turning in his official resignation, and without that ideal, it's...
Yeah, like right there. Like that's definitely a Hassan fit. He pushes up the glasses like Hassan. I don't know.
Really no wonder that he ends up siding with the Blackbeard.
He's kind of got Hassan's facial hair a little bit.
Pirates after leaving, despite his kind nature. After all, as Luffy's foil, Teach is the ultimate avatar of selfish, individualistic freedom, and after a lifetime spent sacrificing his own freedom for justice, yet still being denied his final promotion by the Navy, it's only natural that Kuzan would swing all the way in the other direction. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku's reasons for stepping down are a little more noble. His ideal of reigning...
Chat, I'm getting spoiled so hard. So hard. Like, none of this shit about, like, the Marines quitting. Like, I don't know any of this shit. This is completely new to me.
Justice emphasized giving the people of the world a sense of security born from knowing that the Marines were looking out for them. But when the world government sought to save face by sweeping the prison break of Blackbeard's new Titanic captains under the rug, despite the danger those criminals posed to an unwitting public, Sengoku could no longer reconcile his ideal for what the Marines should be with the reality of what they are. Though, unfortunately, his leaving paved the way for someone even worse. In keeping with his magma-based power set, the new Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's approach to justice is full scorched earth. He believes that the world will only become truly just when all of the evil in it, including potential evil, has been rooted out and purged. This is, if I may editorialize a little here, a child's view of morality. The reactionary idea that the world will become good if you can just get rid of all the bad people, as if all the suffering and death that you'd have to cause to make that happen wouldn't make you one of the worst people to ever live. But that childish outlook is right in keeping with the brand of justice endorsed by the world government itself, absolute justice, which is a pretty straightforward philosophy. Everything that opposes the world government is absolutely evil, and anything the world government does to stop it is absolute.
Okay, that's Peter Thiel logic right there. Welcome Raider, welcome streamer.
Good. Even if that means cutting down innocent civilians just to get a pirate, or testing top secret experimental weapons on children, or nuking an entire island just to uphold the official narrative. And with that being their official party line, you can probably imagine what the Marines are like as an organization, especially under Sakazuki, worse than basically all of the criminals that they're actually capable of stopping. Besides a few notable deserters, the only good Marines are the ones who've crafted their own personal code of moral justice, like Kobe, Smoker, Tashigi, and Garp. But even Garp...
Oh my god, I so don't want to think about Kobe as a Marine. It's just like, if you don't know, chat, like, Kobe's like the second character I think you... No, wait, the first character that you made in One Piece, I think it's Kobe. And then Luffy comes out of the barrel. Yeah, you start off with like Kobe and he's getting like abused by the... Wait, I'm trying to remember. Oh no, he's like aboard a pirate ship or something at the time. But yeah, because he gets captured by pirates. That's, I guess, why he wants to become a Marine, which, you know, sucks because, yeah, Marines are basically cops in this world.
Sakazuki, worse than basically all of the criminals that they're actually capable of stopping. Besides a few notable deserters, the only good Marines are the ones who've crafted their own...
Wait, what? Wait, am I mixing up characters? Was there a time skip?
Personal code of...
I mean, the hair is familiar, but
moral justice, like Kobe, Smoker, Tashigi.
Right? Isn't Kobe the dude that like Luffy meets first? Am I wrong, chat? Am I misremembering? Again, not a One Piece expert here. I like what I've seen so far, but like many people, I struggle with the fact that it's overly long and complicated. And yeah, in that amount of time, I could probably read through Capital, at least Volume 1.
And Garp, but even Garp participated, albeit reluctantly, in the God Valley genocide. He saw same things that made his son want to kill the entire government, and he kept working for them. You can put that down to pragmatism. Say
if the marine occupation of Japan has any influence on why they want this, why they wrote it this way. Well, not just the marine occupation, not the U.S. occupation of Japan. Which, you know, has resulted in a number of horrendous crimes against Japanese civilians and still does, right? You know, U.S. base is one of the most dangerous places that you can be near as a Japanese woman. But also the way that Japan was forced to open up to trade, again, by the American Navy.
Wanted to use the institutional power he'd gained to do as much good as possible in his life instead of just throwing it away for nothing. And to be fair, he did refuse all offers of promotion after that point, knowing that a full admiral would have to work even more closely with celestial dragons and just follow even more insidious orders. But he still follows the orders he's given and knowingly lends his not inconsiderable personal strength to protecting a system that ultimately serves unfathomably wealthy monsters who play with innocent people's lives for fun and profit. And Garp is the best of the Marines.
Japan had a long history of fascism before the U.S. existed. Yeah, they were definitely an imperial power. Not a lot of people realize this, but Japan like kicked Russia's ass back in the day. This was like pre-World War I, I think even. In fact, they destroyed the Russian Navy, which at the time was a pretty decent-sized Navy. Now, the Russian Navy did have to come all the way like through the Arctic Ocean, like kind of above, like they had a long voyage just to go and get their ass kicked by the Japanese, but that is what happened.
So if he's that much of a bastard, they all are. And I think that One Piece is much more persuasive in making that case than a lot of media that says similar things about, say, cops, because it's so sympathetic to guys like Garp who want to do good. Oda is clearly not saying that every Marine is irredeemably evil, but at some point in their careers, every Marine is called on to defend their fundamentally unjust, corrupt, and oppressive system against the good intentions of good people who just want to fix it. And all of them decided that career was more important for whatever reason than not being bastards at least some of the time. But the reasons do still matter. In a choice between the government and the people, the Garps, Smokers, and Kobes of the world are infinitely more likely to do the right thing, or at least the less wrong thing, than the Rokugyus, Sakazuki.
Chat, when is the time skip? Like, I mean, I know there is a time skip in it. I'm guessing that's why I don't recognize, like, the older version of Kobe.
Zukis and Nezumis. Despite having hitched themselves to a broken system just because it seems like a lesser evil than piracy, a lot of these bastards do still want to do good and will do better if they can just be made to believe that better things are possible. That's the kind of nuance that gets lost in simplified, absolutist, potential ally alienating slogans about all Marines. Oda is never dismissive of people with a sincere passion for justice, but he is deeply critical of how that passion can be twisted to unjust ends. One Piece frequently pits the forces of freedom and justice against each other. It's the most persistent conflict in the entire series, present from the moment that Luffy met Kobe. And that conflict is a dialectic one, intended to produce a synthesis between the extremes of the Marines and pirates, between those who claim to uphold justice while protecting the world's greatest and richest criminals from it, and those who seize freedom for themselves at the expense of the weakest and poorest. A truly universal brand of justice that none are allowed to stand above, whose purpose is to protect instead of restrict freedom. Because you cannot have true freedom unless all who would trample on it are brought to justice. And until all men are free, justice can never be truly absolute. Earlier, I called Luffy a freedom fighter, but I'm far from the first influencer to do so. Hassan Piker used those very same words to describe him, and he's thrown even more contentious labels at the series, arguing that One Piece is communist and Luffy is Antifa, which are...
I think he even... Did he describe Luffy as a terrorist at some point? Like, or like that Luffy would be seen, in the rule-based order, quote unquote. And if you know about that phrase, you know how Orwellian it is, right? Rules for thee, not for me, when it comes to the United States and its allies. But that in this current world order, that Luffy would be seen as a terrorist. I'm kind of curious. Did the comment section get torn up? Okay, so these are all ones that got liked by Mother's Basement. What if we look at new? I'm just kind of I'm curious how far the Saltman bots permeate. Okay, 14 hours ago, Mother's Basement still liking comments. First, yeah, it doesn't. I'm not seeing anything that looks like a Hassan. Here, let's just try Hassan. Oh God, I'm gonna get. I'm guessing Hassan. Hassan brought me here. Okay, so far we got a Hasanabi head. Came here because Hassan won't shut up about the video. Yeah. Okay. So there's at least 2 Hasanabi heads in the comments. Didn't see any negativity. So no Saltman bots.
Pretty strong claims to make, especially about a kids' cartoon that started in the 90s. But that doesn't mean they're not worth considering. So, is there anything in the text that backs them up? Well, One Piece does portray many of its villains, from Eneru with his surveillance state to the world government with its everything, through explicit, direct parallels to real fascist regimes. And Luffy does punch a whole lot of ethno-fascists and theo-fascists and crypto-fascists and croco-fascists right in their stupid fascist faces. But, as I've already said, that's not necessarily out of a committed ideological opposition to fascism itself, so much as the fact that fascists keep getting in the way of him and his friends' dreams and or meat. Luffy only ends up punching so many.
So relatable. That's so relatable.
These pieces of shit because he's a naturally good person. He doesn't need to be told that they're enemies of freedom. He can simply see it for himself from their heinously evil words and violently oppressive actions and act accordingly. So I really don't think that he'd claim that label, even though he frequently does anti-fascism. His dad definitely would, though. And speaking of Shay, as for the communism thing, on a surface reading, that does immediately seem a little silly. I mean, Nami, one of the core OG Straw Hat trio with us from the very first arc, just fucking loves money and treasure.
Oh my God.
Kind of her whole thing. It's just...
Look, you can love treasure and be a communist, okay? What is the first thing? Anyway, God damn it. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Oh my God. People mix up what it's actually about. It's not about, like, disavowing money and saying we can't have nice things, all right? Although ContraPoints will probably argue differently. It's about who controls the fountain that money comes out of, right? Who should control that? The people creating the value by adding their labor with the materials, or the people exploiting that interaction between human beings and material goods. Like, right, it's I don't know. It gets turned into, and this is where you get the thing where, yeah, like, no cars under communism, no watches under communism, no nothing. Now, while it doesn't make sense for, people to be so rich that they have the ability to, I don't know, wear your whole like life on their wrist, like Ethan Klein claimed to do. It doesn't mean that you can't have nice things if that's what you want. It just means that we end the alienation between you and the value that you add to this economy. So you get the whole pie, not just the last piece of it, as we're accustomed to.
So shiny, and having it makes her so happy, and it's so useless to her when it really counts. Nami saves up her entire life to buy her freedom from Arlong, but when she finally has enough, he just takes it from her and forces her back under his fishy thumb, because that's how oppressors operate. You can't stop them from oppressing.
Yeah, communism eventually seeks to get to a moneyless, stateless, classless society, but that doesn't mean that you can't have nice things. It just means that there wouldn't be this need for this like mediator between us eventually. But remember, this is like late stage communism, or like the late stage of socialism, late stage of any sort of transformation of mode of production from capitalism to something new would be where we reach a like Star Trek like society, moneyless, stateless, classless, and cashless.
You by playing their game by their rules with their.
And you'd be surprised if we actually divvied up like the resources and the wealth of this world more equally. That's another misapprehension too, though, that like communism means like an absolute, like you do whatever you do, whether you're a doctor saving lives or you are, I don't know, detailing like a butterfly's wings or something like that, you make the same amount of money. No, you still, the point is that you get what you actually keep what you make under, like, right? That's the point. I think that people sort of miss that. I think that people sort of stereotype communism either as a form of historical communism, especially in a place like Russia or China, which were, states which essentially skipped the capitalist mode of production and went right to some form of socialism, right? When in reality, communism in a place like the United States wouldn't look anything like that.
Their pieces, you have to flip the board. While she never loses the obsession with money that many people who grow up in crippling debt develop, the thing that actually saves Nami is the friends she made along the way, doing a whole bunch of violence on her behalf until the oppression stops. Something they do for a lot of their friends all around the world, and it always works. This is a recurring theme that we see cleverly inverted when the crew finally reaches Arlong's hometown of Fishman Island, whose new place in the world government hasn't actually done anything to dismantle the slave trade or make the surface world safer for fishmen and mermaids. Fisher Tiger and the Sun Pirates accomplished far more in that regard with their total disregard for world government law. Otohime's efforts to change hearts and minds within the system aren't completely worthless. In saving Don Quixote Mjosgard, she ultimately saves her own daughter from being enslaved, but they still tried to capture and enslave her daughter at a meeting of the One Piece UN.
No, CJ, we just had a massive harassment from centrists, believe it or not, on Twitch a long time ago, and so everything is just like set up to the maximum as far as the auto mod, so that it's the idea is to help the mods manage what used to be like a lot of harassment. But today, luckily, the last time I heard somebody did comment about the old drama the last time I streamed, and I was kind of surprised. Because it feels like even on Twitch, which was the source of all that shit, nobody like remembers or cares about these things that made me untouchable, these things that made me radioactive, these things that made me like, you know, that got me like abandoned by all the people I considered friends are apparently not at all important, not important enough to commit to memory at the end of the day, which, you know, makes sense since there wasn't much substance to begin with. Point of communism is to empower people to do everything they can. Part of that is making it voluntary. Part of that is providing people everything that they need. Yeah, it's much misunderstood. A pro-currency. Yeah, and that's the other thing is there's many forms of anti-capitalism, right? That see a different kind of transformation or hold different priorities or, you know, like, anyway.
When? And despite ostensibly being affiliated with
the reason I don't get into like sectarianism or campism or any of that, for the record, is that all of the first steps towards moving past capitalism, no matter whether you consider yourself an anarchist or an ML, all of the first steps are the same, right? We need to have class consciousness at the very least before any sort of transformation is possible.
World government, the fishmen still need the protection of a crime lord to stop raids on their island, just like the giants on Elbaf do. In that context, it's not hard to see how Arlong and Hody Jones fell down such dark paths. They didn't have many better options. At the same time, though, the arc is quite clear on where those paths will lead. Fisher Tiger himself literally died because he couldn't let go of his hatred for humans. One Piece clearly argues that violent revolution is sometimes, often necessary to effect real change, but it's also careful to caution that revolutions which aim to subjugate out of hatred for the oppressor rather than liberate out of love for the oppressed will ultimately reproduce many of the problems they seek to solve. Blackbeard, whose ultimate goal is world conquest driven by a desire to avenge God Valley, is a prime example of the former, while Luffy, his rival to be Pirate King, is quite literally the embodiment of liberation. Blackbeard's pirates even mirror the organization of the Navy, with the 10 Titanic captains serving under Admiral Teach in
Chat, time is not on my side today. We do need to talk about the Dims caving, but like literally my alarm is about to ring for the class. I've got like 15 minutes until class. Do you know the Dims that are voting to end the shutdown have airline stonk, or do you think they are worried about losing the filibuster? Oh my God, chat. Okay, so I gave you most of One Piece. Oh, this is so terrible, chat. I hate these hard outs. I really do. All right, so yeah. Let me just really quickly talk about the Democrats caving on the shutdown. All right, let's take a look. Where was this? Shutdown. Oh wait, 8 Democrats or 8. Does it say 8 Dems? I think is the. There it is. Hear that? This is the sound of responsibility, I guess. Okay, so yeah, Tim Kaine in the membrane. Remember, that's Hillary's vice president. Caved. Shaheen caved. Maggie Hassan caved. Fetterman, of course, caved. You know that already, though. Dick Durbin, who is also retiring, caved. CC. Wait, they didn't have room for this person's name. Whoever CCM is caved, Rosen and King caved, right? So those are the defections. Now I want to, here we go. Yeah, Angus King, who's a caucus is an independent. Maggie Hassan, that's how her name is actually spelled. Jackie Rosen, Cortez Masto, oh, that's CCM. Gene Shaheen, Tim Kaine in the membrane, and Dick Durbin. And fucking Shrek. And don't forget Shrek. He actually looks like a mix of Shrek and Xehanort, chat. If you ever played Kingdom Hearts, the bad guy, not the bad guy from Kingdom Hearts 1, but the bad guy that they find out is really Xehanort after Kingdom Hearts 1, he looks an awful lot like an older version of Fetterman. But anyway, what I'm trying to say about these people are wondering like why they did it, right? Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You undertook this project. You defied Donald Trump, right? You brought attention to the fact that he's about to let prices go up on everyone's insurance. And yes, that could have some very real, very material, very negative effects on, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Why bother to do that if you are just going to cave in, right? What is it that has gotten these Democrats? Because remember, Democrats just won. They swept almost everything, right? Who's blamed for the shutdown? Donald Trump is by like over 10 points, right? Donald Trump is being seen as to blame for the shutdown. And yeah, so like all the polls indicate that they should go on. Why didn't they go on? And I want to propose a reason, right? So one of the things that Donald Trump threatened to do is to nuke the filibuster. He is asking the Senate Republicans, or was asking the Senate Republicans, to end the shutdown, not with a whimper of negotiating, which is how you should end the shutdown. You need 60 votes to do the resolution, right? You want those 60 votes? You got to negotiate, and they've been upfront with what they're asking for. In fact, they've even kind of backed down to saying that they just want 1 year of continuation of subsidies, right? So why would these Democrats? Why would they do it? And my answer is that they're afraid of Donald Trump nuking the filibuster, but not for the reason you think. The reason that these Democrats, and probably the leadership as well, right? Chuck wasn't on this list of defectors, but, if this is his responsibility to keep this shit from happening. It is because they're afraid that if Donald Trump nukes the filibuster, then in 2 years or 4 years or however many years, when the Dems are in charge of Congress and the Senate again, they will be expected, if there's an issue that people, if there's something that people really want, they're really behind, maybe even the Democrats have campaigned on it, and the Republicans won't let it pass, then people will turn around to them and say, you should do what Trump did, right? He's broken the glass if he nukes the filibuster, right? They don't want that because they want to have that filibuster as a reason that they can't do the things that piss off their donors, but please their voters, right? They want to have that filibuster serves as a built-in excuse for Democratic leadership. Anyway, chat, that is going to be it for me today, unfortunately. Again, I am so sorry. I didn't watch time. I got confused by the fact that one of my computers on Seattle time still, and I thought I had 2 more hours than I actually have. But yeah. Let us see if we can get this taken care of really quick, because I have got to get to class here very shortly. Just a second. I'm trying to. Oh no! Oh no! So while I'm waiting, I'm gonna go ahead and read off my list of Patreons. Right? If you support me on Patreon, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're close to the end of the stream now, I'll do those. Right while I'm waiting for the for Twitch to update here. Okay, so shouts out to user, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzymandius, shouts out to Steven Zayer, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix, and also shouts out to whoever, CJ, thank you for subscribing. Good to have you on board here. and you just got jellyfish. That's a good thing. Anyway, chat, I hate to have to be so hasty in my retreat from stream, but unfortunately, the time for my Thai language class is unnegotiable. There's a lot of things in Thailand that you can negotiate, right? In fact, negotiation is baked into how you buy things here. But yeah, class time, unfortunately, I don't think I can swing it. I don't think I can negotiate with my teacher to have a later class time. What am I missing here? Okay, I think I might have. Found something. I'm gonna have to find it quick. Oh my gosh. Twitch's loading times. I wish they were not as long. Okay, so I'm rating you in to Alexandria Star, who is watching a Froggy Fresh video. Anybody know? Sorry, not Froggy Fresh. Froggy Fresh is somebody else. I get them mixed up with this other creator who's also very cool. Funky Frog Bait. Any Funky Frog Bait fans? I do know the difference between those two people, chat. I'm not actually confusing just the name. For some reason, the name. But you know, this is going to be, we're rating into Alexandria Star, who's watching a Funky Frog Bait video. Looks like a pretty good one about Rapture Talk, the newest Funky Frog Bait. So yeah, go over and give Alexandria a look, and maybe a follow, and maybe a sub, you know, as you will. And follow Funky Frog Bait if you haven't already on YouTube, right? That's a YouTube video essayist who is amazing. I absolutely love their content. And I absolutely love their glasses. God, I don't think I've ever seen a polygon quite like that as a glasses frame, but that is some cool shit. And that is a cool creator, and as is Alexandria Star. So go and give them my love, give them my support. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my video out there to more and more people. Really appreciate that. Sorry that I couldn't spend more time talking about the cave, talking about the One Piece. But I gave you as much as I can, and now I've got to get to class for real. So I'm going to raid you into Alexandria Star, and then I'm going to peace out, and I'm going to get to class, and I'm going to be sort of on time. There we go. Raid is raided, and I will catch you tomorrow. Sorry for being gone for so long, chat. I really need to get my shit together, and I know that's not great content to hear me saying that, talking about my struggles with organization, but yeah, I want to give you a better version of the stream, and I've been I don't know, kind of what do you call it, ruminating on that. I've been what's the word where you're puzzling and you're going back and forth? Anyway, I'll see you again tomorrow. Until then.